Okay. Uh, it is 10:02 a.m. and I will call to order the Board of Directors meeting of the Denton County Transportation Authority. All members are present. Secretary Burke is present remotely. The first item will be the invocation. Director Costas, would you like to give the invocation today?
Good morning. Lord, we just thank you for this beautiful morning. Indeed, Lord, fall has come. And Father, we thank you that with each new season, there's seasons of renewal. And Father, we just thank you for this board here today and all those present and the families that they represent and those online, Lord. Father, that you would impart your knowledge and wisdom and understanding. Lord, we pray for those who continue to suffer with the effects of the pandemic, Lord. Father, we pray for them and their families. And Father, we pray for healing in our nation, Father, in our country, in our county, in each city. Lord, I ask that you bless our elected officials, Lord, so that they can do your will as we lead these different entities that we represent. So, Father, I thank you for our staff here and all the hard work that they do. Lord, that we would be gracious to each other. Father, that we would look at each issue with our wisdom that you've provided. And Father, in the end, we will give you the glory. And we ask these things in the name of your Son, our Lord. Amen.
Thank you, Director Costas. Now we're going to go to introductions. We have two new members. First, member from the city of Denton, Allison McGuire. Allison, would you like to say a word?
Thanks so much. Yes, as you mentioned, I'm Allison McGuire. I'm here representing the city of Denton. I couldn't be more honored to be trusted with this responsibility and to be serving alongside Pat Smith, who will be introducing himself next. And I look forward to the work and the progress we can make together and serving the residents of the county.
Welcome. Thank you, Allison, and welcome. Also today, we have also a new alternate from the city of Denton, Mr. Pat Smith. Would you like to say a word or two, Mr. Smith?
Yes, good morning. It's an honor to be along some esteemed colleagues and look forward to serving with Councilmember McGuire. I'm the CEO of Serve Denton, and I've had a long relationship with DCTA. Serve Denton's mission is to help make services more accessible for people in need, and DCTA is a critical component of what we do. We operate a nonprofit center in Denton and are now exploring one here in Louisville, and the partnership with Serve Denton and DCTA has been fundamental to our success, and we served 59,000 people last year, and we probably hit about 80,000 this year. So I'm honored to be with you all. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Welcome. Welcome. Also, before we continue, I'd probably be remiss if I didn't say a word of thanks and publicly thank our previous chair, Chris Watts, who stepped down for his long service to this board as the previous chair. Thank you for your service, Mr. Watts, Mayor Watts. Next, I'm going to move on to public comments. This agenda item provides an opportunity for citizens to address the DCTA Board of Directors on any agenda item or other matter related to DCTA. Each speaker will be given a total of 3 minutes to address any items. Anyone wishing to speak shall be courteous and cordial. Any person who wishes to address the DCTA Board of Directors regarding any item may do so either by completing a request to speak card located at the DCTA Board room prior to the meeting, or participating virtually by utilizing the raise hand function, ensuring when called upon your camera is turned on and your name displayed. The citizens that are not able to participate in person or connect virtually to the Zoom meeting must email his or her public comment to morris-perkins@dcta.net no later than 3 p.m. on Wednesday, October 22nd, to ensure the comment will be read. The Board of Directors is not permitted to take action on any subject raised by a speaker during the public comment. However, the DCTA Board of Directors may have the item placed on a future agenda for action. Refer to the item on the DCTA administration for future study or action. Briefly state existing DCTA policy or provide a brief statement of factual information in response to the inquiry. After this, I will ask Ms. Morrison Perkins, do we have any speakers?
I did not see anyone's hands raised in the chat, and I did not receive any correspondence via email.
Okay. Not seeing any speakers or in person, I will close the public comment period. I will now move on to the consent agenda. These are items that are of non-controversial nature that are usually taken as a package. Is there any pleasure from the board to these items? Yes, Director McGuire.
I move approval of the consent agenda.
I have a motion. I have a second by Director Gilmore. Any further discussion? If not, all vote affirmative by saying aye or raising your hand function.
Aye.
Aye. Any nays? Hearing none, the consent agenda has passed unanimously. Moving on to the regular agenda item. The first agenda item will be to consider approval of monthly financial statements for September 2021 and the quarterly reports for Q4 fiscal year 2021. This will be presented by Marissa Perry, Chief Financial Officer.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Included in your packet on pages 346 to 373 are the monthly financial statements, as well as our quarterly investment report and quarterly grant report. A couple of just caveats for the September financials. We included a note in the memo. These are unaudited numbers for September and as of a point in time for our close to get everything in for the packet. As you all know, September 30th is our year-end close for fiscal year 2021. So we are continuing to receive vendor invoices over the next coming weeks that we will be backdating to September if those goods or services were received in September. So these numbers will change. Likewise, the sales tax allocation that we receive from the comptroller next month in November is actually for sales that were generated in the month of September. So that information is also backdated to September. So I just wanted to put that caveat out there that these are kind of interim September numbers. But on this slide, the quarterly investment report is on 355 to 370, and there's 2 pages that are kind of good snapshots just to get a good idea of where we're at. The first is a summary, and it's shown on this slide here. And this just shows kind of the makeup of our investment portfolio. You can see the vast majority of our investments and cash are held in Techstar, a local government pool, and those are overnight funds that we can pull at any time. On the next slide, you'll see the benchmark comparison, and we're that kind of dark red on the far right. So you can see our return is better than some. It's better than Techspool or Techstar if we had all of our funds in there. We do have investments in treasuries and agencies to try to improve that return. I will say too, historically, we have only invested portions of our reserve fund and not our excess cash, and our excess cash has remained in Techstar historically. With interest rates what they are, we'll be looking at investing a portion of that as well, of course, factoring in cash flow needs and that sort of thing. But right now we have roughly 70% of our reserve fund invested in in somewhat short-term to long-term investments, nothing over 2 years. But of that total, we only have about 15% of our total cash that's invested. And so there's certainly more as we have lags in projects, and we don't need to access those funds quite as quickly, that we can be investing just to try to get a slightly better yield. So we'll be looking at that over the next couple of weeks. Also, with the new depository contract that was just approved, we'll be looking at the rates that Wells Fargo offered us for savings accounts at that bank, and it may be more beneficial for us to shift some funds from Techstar to Wells Fargo, both of which are overnight. So we'll be looking at kind of how we can diversify that to better improve the yield. On the next slide is just a snapshot from our quarterly grants report. Whitney Traylor, who is our grants manager, she prepares this memo on a quarterly basis, and it just shows there's some narrative that shows the new grants that have been executed and what we kind of have pending for future execution. But of note, we did finally execute the contract for the American Rescue Plan Act. So that $14 million that's in the middle of the slide there, that is an additional round of COVID funding. On this slide, you'll see CARES Act funds as of the September close and the drawdowns that had taken place by the end of September. We had $3 million left in CARES Act funds. And those funds have actually been, since September, those funds have now been fully expended. So we will be, in terms of operating assistance reimbursement, we'll be moving on to the ARP Act funds to be drawing down going forward. So included in the memo is a pie chart that just kind of shows the makeup of our various grants, and then what they're used for is on this slide. I'm happy to answer any questions, but otherwise that is the end of my presentation for these items.
Thank you, Marissa. Is there any questions from the board? Marissa, on the item. Hearing none. There's a motion. Is there a second? Second. There's a motion and a second. All in favor indicated by saying aye or raising your hand.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, it passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Move on to item number 2, consider approval of resolution R21-08 approving budget revision 2022-01. Presenter is Amanda Ritter. Amanda?
Good morning, everyone.
Very
So
good.
soon after the budget adoption, and we're back. Next slide, please. Last month, the board approved expansion into Castle Hills with the Go Zone service. So this budget revision brings back the budget impact of that Go Zone expansion. It does increase passenger revenues a slight amount, a little over $1,500. And the purchase transportation, it increases that a little over $150,000. That is based on service expectation from January through September, based on 406 vehicle hours at our contract rate of $41.06 an hour. Next slide, please. The second part of this budget amendment, there were savings identified in FY21 that we had begun a project to update the boardroom, the audio and video capability. And it originally had a completion date of August of FY21. Due to the supply chain issues that we have experienced with this project, it has been delayed. So this has resulted in a $74,000 impact to the FY22 budget that we were not expecting. So that is the other portion of this budget revision. The overall net budget impact is $222,879. On page 381 of your packet, we've included a change in net position schedule. there is a column that shows you the adopted budget. There is in red, you can see these proposed budget revisions and then the overall working budget. And for any revisions that we bring going forward, we're going to include this schedule so you can see the impact of any revision we make to the FY22 budget. And if there are no questions, staff recommends the board approve resolution 2108, authorizing this budget revision for the FY22 operating budget.
Is there any questions, any discussions on this item?
I do. I sent a question over to Mr. Suarez.
Sarah Gilmore?
And
Back to that.
there it is. Green. Green means go. Great. So, and this is my ignorance of the budgeting documents and that. So when I look at this regular item agenda 2, slide number 12, and I'm just a layman. I'm somebody who's just checking out what's going on. This appears to create a cost of $222,000. So, you know, a Denton or a Highland Village resident might look at this and go, so why are we spending an extra $222,000 on Louisville? What's the deal? I don't know if this is a situation where the way we document and need to document from a budgeting standpoint, which I totally get, versus the communication, because as we talked about at the last board meeting, Castle Hills actually is a net revenue positive to DCTA. It brings in our estimates so far about $500,000, a little over that, which types the comptroller can get you those estimates. I mean, we do that on all the rest of our budgeting here at DCTA. So if you guys can maybe help me understand where we're going to capture that net positive, where we can show that story, because right now I've got a slide that sits out in the public that says Louisville's getting, you know, $250,000 more. Why?
We will bring back a revision to include that in the sales tax collections as basically revenue into the agency.
Okay.
We can bring that back next month. Castle Hills hasn't been annexed yet.
Correct.
So our policy typically, even with federal dollars when they flow in, is we don't reflect, even though they're earmarked, we don't necessarily reflect them until they're actually approved. We do in the long-range financial plan,
Sure.
but not necessarily in the budget.
Okay.
It's a very good point. I appreciate you made that last time. My apologies for not following up with you, but we will add that revenue into our forecast. But I do think it's important that we do that. For budgetary perspectives, if we're going to issue a task order or notice to proceed, we typically have to have the budget in as approved before we execute an agreement. So that's why we're asking for the cost side. We will definitely add the revenue side into the equation moving forward.
Gotcha. And I get that there's a process on the budget side. I have no issue with this as a process on the budget side. Where I'm concerned is that it is not a full picture in the public record on what is going to happen. Maybe you can help me on this. You had said that Castle Hills is not going to be, it's not annexed, and we agree, it's not annexed until the 15th. So you wouldn't want to put that projection number in there, but it's also not annexed, and we put a projection in there for ridership. So that doesn't seem to match.
It's a financial transaction. Certainly we will adjust it and moving forward in December.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that.
And from Highland Village's perspective, it was discussed at our last meeting. I was actually kind of surprised at what the net revenue positive was going to be. So we completely understood that the long range, this is what's going to happen. So there was no question for us.
I'd like to also point out, just, it looks like there's about 75,000 that is tied to outsourced services and material supplies, and so it's not 222 for that particular service. I think that's the 74,000 that Amanda was saying has to do with the updates to this video conferencing room. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
The impact of the Castle Hills is the 150,000.
It's 150. Okay, but nonetheless, the point is.
Yeah, I get your point too, where it's kind of all lumped into one thing, so it's, yeah, a little harder to break out.
And moving forward, we typically show sources and uses of cash in the financial plan and the budget. And so this will, that forecast, once we know the exact number that we're supposed to be adding in, we'll get added into the budget and financial plan moving forward.
Great. Any other discussion on this particular item? Good point.
Motion to approve?
There's a motion, of course, there's a second, second by Director McGuire. All those in favor signify by saying aye, raising your hand on the screen.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, passes unanimously. Item number 3, consider approval of the City of Louisville's Transportation Reinvestment Program TRIP application and authorize the Chief Executive Officer to negotiate and enter into a TRIP project reimbursement agreement with the City of Louisville for its Southwest Parkway multimodal streetscape project. Tim Palermo will be presenting.
Good morning. Regular agenda item 3 is consideration of a TRIP funding request that was received from the City of Louisville to assist in the design of a multimodal complete streets improvement along a half-mile segment of Southwest Parkway between State Road 121 and Corporate Drive. It's a design project. It's for the grant amounts of $425,000, which is going to supplement CDBG funds that have been earmarked to assist for a total design cost of $685,000. In the review memo on page 382 of your agenda package, staff found that the applications in total support of the agency's long-range planning goals and exceeds the minimum requirements for project eligibility. This is an action item, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have. And on the next slide, the third slide, is a summary of the balance remaining for Louisville's fiscal year 21 TRIP allocation.
Thank you. Is there any questions, any discussion from the board on this item? Yes, Director.
Thank you. I was wondering if Tim or perhaps Director Gilmore could give us a little bit more information about the connectivity to this. Are there other, is this part of the network of bike paths or sidewalk projects?
So it's push the green button. There we go. How's that? So thank you. Appreciate that. This is a major section of our community that actually was targeted as part of our 10-minute walk to a park initiative within the city. We have a large community in that area that just has no access to park space. So we have acquired a piece of property and are developing that. We've had several different community outreach programs, and they're very excited about what we're building. With that park comes linkages to it by creating a complete street. And that's, of course, that's government lingo for better sidewalks, bicycle opportunities, more streetscaping, those types of things. So yes, it also links into our Trails Master Plan, and provides more access for that really under-resourced neighborhood. So we're very excited about the opportunity to use this funding to get more links.
Any further discussion?
Motion to approve?
I have a
Second.
motion and I have a second. There's no further discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye or raising your hand. Aye. All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Item 4. There we go. Next item, item 4, consider approval of the interlocal agreement, ILA, between Denton County Transportation Authority, DCTA, and the Dallas Area Rapid Transit, DART, for construction. construction, operations, and maintenance of the joint rail operations facility, 2021 to 2023. and use of DCTA's yard and main line track. This will be presented by Raymond Swartz, CEO.
Thank you very much. This has been a labor of love, I would have to say. There's with DART working on the Silver Line project as that continues to take shape. We've been in conversations with DART about how to shape the region in a cooperative way. I believe this is very historic in that our current A-train service terminates on the southern end at Trinity Mills, where we connect with the Green Line from DART. This gives us an opportunity as DART continues to build out the Silver Line to extend our service all the way down to Carrollton in the future. So this provides future opportunities for DCTA to connect more, I would say, elegantly to the airport and other parts of the region. There's 3 phases to this project. Next slide, please. This project that's being considered for board approval is basically going to be in 3 different phases. The first one is in support of DART's need to commission or to receive, test, and commission their vehicles for the Silver Line. So the proposal is to expand our rail facility, roughly 22,500 square feet, that would be paid for by DART. And then at some point in the future, DART and DCTA would have joint operations. I think this benefits DCTA in a lot of ways. One, obviously the connectivity, but more importantly, on a day-to-day basis, operating jointly will create some efficiencies. It'll certainly create some challenges, but it'll create some operational efficiencies where we can actually share costs with another regional partner. Next slide, please. So the 3 phases are, the first phase is DART's vehicle delivery, testing, and commissioning. This will require no modifications to the building. It will require a short-term lease, which the agreement calls that once DCTA and DART approve the ILA within 60 days, we will agree to a lease rate for DART to actually jointly occupy our facility and use the infrastructure that we have. So the lease rate will be based on latest market valuations, what we think would be fair and reasonable for a regional partner to pay. It outlines all the known fixed costs or operating costs that we would incur. There's going to be some variable costs such as fuel and electricity. We know what we're paying today, so as we get the bills and we see how much of the facility they're actually using, we have provisions within the lease to address that. The second phase is the capital expansion, which DART is fully committed to pay for. We do have a cost estimate from DART regarding the capital expansion. It's roughly $12 million to build out the facility. DCTA would take the lead since it's our facility. They feel very comfortable long term, beyond the short term lease, that through the joint operations, they prefer to lease the building. It's just cleaner that way since it's on our land, it's our facility. We should control the design, engineering, and build out of the facility, and then they would pay a long-term lease agreement on that facility. And then the third phase, the long-term operations and maintenance, as we get more familiar, and we'll go through a little bit details of some of the provisions of the interlocal agreement, that there's opportunities for DCTA during the long term to look at extending our central control or train control system, so all the signaling and everything down to Trinity Mills. There's an opportunity for us to jointly fund and participate in a regional positive train control system. We have one that's different than DART. DART has shared their interest in us upgrading or advancing our system so that we're all under one regional project. And so those are the 3 phases. So next slide, please. Next slide, please. So in the short term, these are the goals for the first phase. Now, the discussion with DART has been a little bit of a moving target. They're working with their manufacturer of their vehicles to try to push the delivery of those vehicles out. The short-term lease that we'll bring to the board likely in the next 30 to 60 days. We'll call out when the lease would actually start, but DART is working to delay the vehicles because they've experienced roughly a 2-year delay on the Silver Line, so they don't want the vehicles showing up too early. Otherwise, they're testing them and they're sitting in the yard for a long period of time. So they're asking DCTA to construct and make the facility available by May of 2023. But there's conversations going on that they're going to try to delay the delivery and then therefore potentially delay the beneficial occupancy of the building. But the agreement as it states now is that we try to build it by 2023. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, the expansion is 22,500 approximately, 22,500 square feet. DART will participate in the design process, if you will. DCTA will need to procure the construction or the design and construction pretty quickly, but we'll jointly oversee the actual architecture and design so that it meets everybody's needs, and then we'll proceed. Next slide, please. In the ILA, DART's fully committed to funding the expansion. As I mentioned, it's roughly $12 million for the expansion. They agreed to finance any overages. So as we go out to procure, if there's any difference between what was defined by DART versus what we actually incur, we'll have to notify them, keep them engaged in that process. But that's the intent. It's been very collaborative at this point, and they've agreed in the ILA to cover any additional costs. And then expansion is planned for May 2023. Thank you. Next slide, please. Next slide. So the long-term opportunity, as we focus on the construction, we'll engage in some conversations we've already had with DART. DART has talked to Michael Morris at the COG about funding an upgrade to the track. So the track, it's roughly, I believe it's 1.6 miles between Trinity Mills and downtown Carrollton. The track needs to be upgraded for DART's DMUs to stay under their warranty. It's just not, it's not in a safe.
It's a 4-track.
It's a 4-track, so it needs to be upgraded. The question is, does it get upgraded to FRA Class 2 or FRA Class 4? The difference between 2 and 4 is at what speed can you travel across the track. It depends on the configuration of the rail and the ties, and not to get into too much technical detail. But there's additional engineering and infrastructure that needs to go into the track bed in order for the vehicles to travel at a higher speed. The advantages in doing that early is that if DART funds the Class 2 rail, and then at some point in the future, when DCTA decides to build rail down to Carrollton, if it's only Class 2 rail, well, we'll likely have to rip all that out, or a large portion of it out, and replace it with Track 2 or Track 4 infrastructure. So conversation's been had, no commitment because we haven't filed anything jointly with the COG or with the FRA or any other federal funding opportunities. But we've received positive feedback from DART that the COG would be interested in funding that upgrade. So that's a provision in the contract or in the ILA that there's an opportunity for DCTA to go ahead and do that Class 2 to Class 4 upgrade if we choose to do it. There's nothing that says we have to, but it's an opportunity for us to negotiate. The other 2 items, as I mentioned, positive train control and the centralized traffic control. That's another great regional opportunity. In order to do that, because DART came back and said, look, if we decide to jointly operate, they would have to leave our facility roughly 3:30 in the morning, and they would get locked out of our system because we're on a kind of on an island for PTC purposes. This is an FR8 mandate. So we can't have freight or we can't have any other transit vehicle on our system while DCTA is operating. This is the positive train control federal mandate that all transit and Class 1 railroads have to abide by. So rather than them getting locked out until late or early hours of the next morning, the opportunity to have both transit agencies being able to access the rail requires an upgrade with signalized system as well as positive train control. So as the board may recall, we asked or competed for a CRISI grant, which was an award of $4 million with a $1 million contribution or apportionment from DCTA for a $5 million project to do upgrades to our existing system. We've already had conversations with the FRA about changing the scope of that if it's our desire, so that we could take that $5 million and put it towards an upgrade to our positive train control system. DART has also said that they would be interested in funding any advancements that we were to make. So that's, again, no commitment, but it's something that we'll work on and bring back to both of our boards as we continue to work collaboratively here.
Raymond, if we want to extend down to Carrollton, we're going to have to link those PTC systems regardless, right?
Correct. Yes, and there's another CRISI grant for FY21. The FRA suggested that if we're planning on doing this, because they see a lot of benefits to the region, that they would be very positive if DCTA were to apply for a 21 grant. I've also checked with DART; they would be very supportive of that. Again, just to lower our costs. Once we have centralized control, positive train control, we do the class 4 upgrades. It's a matter of DCTA then deciding what our funding sources are, what it would take to go ahead and advance our portion of the project at 1.6 miles and put in a rail station. I think there would be a lot of benefits to the region. I've heard from a lot of folks in the region they'd like to see that happen. So I do believe that there would be a great regional project for DCTA to go ahead and advance that, and we could likely look to being a successful candidate for federal funding when we're ready to make that construction happen. So all of this, in my opinion, is a great stride forward. It meets a lot of our regional partnership commitments that are tied to our mission, vision, and value statements. DART's been a very good partner. I have no reason to believe that we're not going to make this happen in the timeline that's expected. DART's board actually took action on this Tuesday, so they've already approved this. So there shouldn't be too much concern about whether or not they're committed to the project. We're very close on the details of the initial lease. I'll be distributing that out to the board soon, but we're not quite there yet. So just a little bit more work to do. And I believe is that the last slide? Let's check to see there's one more. Okay. I believe I've covered this, the 3 years. So there's basically DART and DCTA will negotiate a phase 3 long-term lease. So that long-term lease, once DART has a better handle on when they're actually going to be finished with the completion of the Silver Line, we will enter into a long-term lease. And a lot of the legwork and what's been taking a while on the lease is to make sure that everything that we've done to date with the market valuations, with the pricing, will inform the longer-term lease. So it should make it easier. This agreement is expected to last, however long we're in this business, but the initial short-term lease is for a period of 2 years. There's an option year in there. At the end of that option period, if depending on what they're doing with their acceptance of their vehicles and where they are with projects, it's expected that we would enter into a long-term agreement with DART. I believe the agreement is through 2045 at this point, but there's a provision in there for a 36-month cancellation period. The 36 months is so that they could go find another facility. It's probably taken 3 years to do that. But I think we've covered a lot of ground with DART. We're very excited about this project. I think it's historic in nature in that this will link our two agencies together for a very, very long time, and I think it creates a path forward for our connection down into downtown Carrollton. So with that, I'll entertain some comments.
Thank you, Raymond. I think this is very positive news for the region. And as I understand it, DART's, we're working with the COG to potentially upgrade to a class 4, which would allow us to eventually put a facility in downtown Carrollton. We're working with DART to upgrade positive train control so that it benefits them to come up here, which would benefit us to have all the signage, the signal work done to get down to Carrollton. So am I wrong in thinking that really all that would be left for this agency to do was to build a platform at downtown Carrollton? And then obviously then the recurring cost of operating. But
Well, to build a platform, there is significant work that would have to be done
Sure.
on the crossings.
Mhm.
There's multiple crossings along that 1.6 miles, but yes, that's
yeah,
correct.
that would be correct. Okay. Okay. Well, I think this is great. Positive news for the region. So I'm very excited about this. I'm going to turn it over to my other colleagues, see if they have any questions.
I don't have any questions, but I do want to say this ILA speaks to us in many forms. The talk of this particular ILA started several years ago with support from the COG, and I don't think we were necessarily the first location that DART considered, but I think over time, I see it as sometimes good comes out of difficult times during the pandemic. The relationships with DART during this time for efficiency and everything else that you look for in a transit agency. I think that while there are 3 transit agencies in North Texas, we really want to move forward in a seamless form, the 3 agencies working together, sharing costs, the efficiency of what it's meant to be. And so I just want to say that the ILA that we see today goes far and beyond just what it signifies for this particular agenda item. I think it's the beginning of what I see as that close relationship where it becomes a win-win. It has to be win-win for all the agencies. And thank you for working hard with that. And I remember us sitting in the boardroom with Michael Morris several years ago, and it's come to fruition. So anyway, I just wanted to share that with the board.
Thank you, Director Cox. Is there any other comments?
Yeah, I just want to echo what Vice Chair Molina and Director Costa said, that I think that this is great. I think this is really heartening and really exciting to see greater coordination among the agencies in the region. I think that the communities that we serve will be really benefited by this. I grabbed onto the detail about that we haven't really thought out any type of design yet. It's not to that stage. Have there been any conversations with DART regarding like sustainability concerns in the design of the facility, like for example, pursuing LEED certification? I don't know how that might impact the potential cost, but is that a conversation that has been had?
We have not had that conversation. We do, as we discuss in future board meetings, we do need a sustainability strategy across the entire organization. The facility wasn't engineered and designed with LEED certification in mind, because this is going to be an add-on to an existing facility. We need to take a look at that, but there are certainly things that we can do around projects that will electrification, adding additional solar power, things of that nature that we could certainly look at in the future, but it's not currently designed that way. So it's something that we can look at what we can do moving forward. I do know that DART has expressed that they're very challenged right now in trying to reel their budget back in on this project. When you have delays, construction costs, engineering costs, everything go up. So they're really trying to focus on getting what they need done quickly, as cost effectively as they can. So we can certainly bring it up. I think at this point, we'd be better served just to get it built, but certainly we can take a longer strategy, a longer look at that. We have plenty of land around that area as well, so if we want to look at solar or other types of efficiency gains, it's something that we need to build into DCTA's future.
Yeah, and you know, even if LEED certification is maybe not a realistic goal, if those conversations around sustainability ought to be part of the plan to the extent that they're financially.
Anything else, Director McGuire? I just want to add on a little bit to what Director McGuire said. I realize LEED certification sometimes can add a lot of cost, but I think there are ways that we can do the LEED practices without actually getting the certification that gets us to the same goal without not maybe driving the cost up as much. Not actually going through the documentation process, but if you put in the light fixtures to get you, for example, the LEED certification that uses less energy, and you just don't get it certified. I mean, you just don't go through the process of certifying. You still get benefit. So
it's a very good point.
to
Actually,
those things.
I'm glad you brought that up. Several years ago, I have about a 12-month time gap because of COVID, but sometime in the not too distant past, we actually took an initiative with all of our parking lighting because we started having a lot of the systems, the ballasts and things that were starting to burn out. So we had a major capital initiative and we replaced those with LED lights wherever we could. And we also replaced all of our shop lighting, which is a significant drain on electric power, with LED panels. Our contractor actually took that on themselves because they were using it. They paid. It was more efficient for them to do it. So we have made some advancements, but it's not an overall strategy. It's something that I really, it's close to my heart that I want to do. We've had a lot of other things to focus on. So we'll make sure we address that moving forward. Great. Any other comments?
I've got, I'm on green light. There we go. Green light, go. I do have a few, just maybe in the weeds, but just for my understanding of the process. So it's on us to design and deliver the building. And then I'm going to go with this 2023 date until I'm told otherwise, because that's what we're going to say. What or how is that staff going to manage that? Who on staff is going to take that on? How is that going to be handled internally?
We'll go out for an RFP to handle design engineering. The program, basically make it more or less a turnkey. There certainly will be oversight responsibilities, so we'll likely have to hire a project manager. We actually have an opening right now, so we need to hire that position. In that budget, in the detail of it, there's an administrative fee, project management fee, if you will. So DART will fund us bringing staff on to manage the program.
Yeah, that to me, that's a concern. I know staffing is a challenge.
It is a concern.
We're looking at that.
Thank you.
Are we confident we can hit that 23 date?
We're gonna have to hit the ground running. I mean, once we say yes, we have to hit it and get after it. I agree with you. We have to look at the May 2023 date. I do believe there's going to be some room. I don't know how much room, but we're going to target. If we push it out 6 months, guess what? We'll be late for that if we're not careful. So, principles of project management: you put the goal line, make it as tight as you can, and hope that you can make it, but recognize that there might be some push to the right.
So if you got a timeline on, okay, we got to get this doc, we got to get the ILA approved, and then how much longer after the ILA?
So we have so DART is responsible for developing the scope. They have plenty of people to do that and already have a lot of those details. We have to sit down and actually hire the firm that's going to do the design and the layout. But they will assist in that process. And then look, once we go out for RFP, the intent would be that they provide a time for the design, engineering, construction. Whatever that is DART and DCTA are going to have to live with. That's why the ILA says by May 2023, everybody recognizes it may be longer. I mean, look, DART's already, they're significantly behind for a lot of various reasons, including COVID, and that could certainly have an impact on our ability to execute and perform by that delivery date. So I think we may all have to readjust our expectations once we get that feedback from the contractors. We'll give them the timeline. They'll tell us what they think about it. Go from there.
And my last one, and it's more of a concern than anything else, is the one thing I don't see in here is we don't have an expected lease payment. I mean, you mentioned that briefly. I worry that we're dragging this out and creating some issues with DART on the amount of time. And I want to give you my position because I know that trying to figure this all out is a challenge.
Let me ask.
I don't want to talk dollars.
Okay, I was going to say, let's be careful here
Yeah.
because we don't want to.
I don't want to talk dollars, but I do want to give you some of my mindset on all of this. We do pay just shy of $17,000 a month for access rights, correct? It's $200,000 a year.
Well, we only pay those if we're impacting DART where you have not made those payments. That was part of the negotiation is we pay it if we're hitting a certain capacity of people.
Gotcha.
So it's flexible based on, or there's a trigger point. So it has to be 100 people in a particular hour during 100 people during peak. And the reason for that is, look, DART, if they have to add a vehicle because our people are getting on, then that costs them money. If it's an impact to their system. So much like we're saying, well, we have a lease payment, we're having to build this out. It's a little bit of a nuisance for everybody to be working with each other. You're going to get a big benefit that our stakeholders have paid for. So there needs to be some remuneration for that. So it'll include land, facility, the use of the track, all the investment that DCT has made. And so,
let me, before we go on, let me ask Joe. So can we go into executive session because it's getting kind of, we're talking about
I
real.
don't think that item was put on an
Well,
option to go into executive for.
Your
question relates to when we still have another document.
yes, and that document,
Which is discussed in the interlocal agreement.
Yes.
right, correct.
So your question relates to that.
And I'll just have one more point.
The only reason I'm having this conversation, I want to stay away from dollars, I want to be at
Yeah.
a higher level, is because I don't believe typically, Joe, you give us all three of the options for going into closed session. I don't believe we have the option to discuss this in closed.
Well, unless it's a legal issue related to the interlocal agreement, I don't think.
Yeah.
it's a legal issue.
Right, I don't think so.
And
either.
I don't
But-
plan
but
on getting any conversation about the cost.
I'm not gonna get into it. Here's
Yeah.
just I just have one sentence and this is my personal belief as a board member. I want to have a great working relationship with DART. I think this starts putting down the foundation for that. I think that they are providing a 12 to 15, or if it waits 2 more weeks, it might be $30 million addition to our facilities. Just constructions are there. So I think we need to take that into account. I think we need to take that access fee into account somehow, that there's a conversation about access fee versus, but there's a partnership conversation that needs to be held there. And I think part of the conversation is, yeah, I get that there's a lease value to this property. I also get that it's an opportunity cost more than anything else because it's a very limited pool of businesses that are going to work on that space. Sure. And so I worry that if we try and do this as a market-based type of thing, I get that there are legal reasons we can't give away the farm. But I also want to make sure that we're not setting an expectation that this is a feasible. We're going to have 14 other people and we're losing out on the opportunity.
And I appreciate your concern and input. I really do. Having worked there in multiple capacities, as an example, there are other contracts with access agreements with railroads. They've been working on for 3, 4, 5 years. So when you look at the amount of time, it's been about a year, well, 10 or 12 months when we said, okay, let's negotiate this agreement.
Yeah.
In a lot of ways, it's like dog years. It's light speed for what we've done. I don't think that we're going to be out of round. I do believe that you can look at, I completely agree with you, that you can look at market rates, you can look at valuations. but there's not a whole lot of people that need a mainline track, and there's also, DART doesn't have a lot of options to go find a facility that's already ready-made, that has the infrastructure they can move in tomorrow. But I think this is an important point, that we could have estimated very quickly what we think is a fair and reasonable price. DART asked us to justify with a certain amount of forensics to justify the cost to DART. So that's why we went through this process. It really wasn't DCTA's desire, it was DART's desire, so that they could feel comfortable going back to their board and saying this is a fair and reasonable price. They will likely take similar action. At least that's what the interim CEO told us at the time. When we're ready to go down to Trinity Mills, to Carrollton from Trinity Mills, that they will look at lease rates and do a market valuation. And oh, by the way, I want to say in less than 10 years, we get to rethink all of this again with different people about our 20-year lease rate. And in the agreement itself, it says it'll be based on a market valuation appraisal. So I just feel that before we get to the end of the 20 years, and because DART has asked for this, that we went and we did it. And then I think it really just comes down to, okay, is there enough goodwill? Is there if even the market, from a market perspective, if it didn't create enough value for this board, why would we do that, right? So there's a certain amount of goodwill that has to be thought through in these discussions. With the folks that we've talked to at DART, they feel, and I'm not putting words in anybody's mouth, it's just a sentiment, that by signing this ILA, by us working together, the ILA really doesn't hold a lot of water unless everybody agrees to the lease agreement. So the lease agreement is getting there. That's why I do believe it's important that we get that finalized soon.
And that's, I think you hit on where the core of my concern is, and we've had this conversation before on other topics. I would hate to see us get into a tit for tat, because you're 3 million, I've got to get my 4 million. Well, you did 4 million, so I got to get my 8 million. And the counterweight to that is the regionalism approach. So I want to be clear that I will support something that encourages regionalism and that gets us out of a vicious cycle of tit for tat.
I appreciate that input. We will, as we look at the lease agreement, we will have very specifics on the operating costs, the value, the market value, what we think of an appropriate lease value should be. And then my expectation is we'll give that to DART. DART can comment on it. But my hope is that we take a regional approach to try to reach something that's equitable.
So did that stay away from dollars?
It did. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, on the edge the whole time. Okay. Raymond and Joe, I'd like you to brief us in executive session in the next one on where you're at, so we can speak a little bit comfortably. Yes. About all the issues without dancing around them. Thank you. Director Gilmore, do you have any other questions?
I think that covers
Discussion. Okay.
sorry, green light. I think that covers me on this one. Thank you.
So this is an action item. Yeah, looking to the board. Is there any other discussion? Or is there a motion on the floor?
I move approval of that.
A motion by Director Dwyer. Is there a second? Second by Director Costas. No further discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye or raising your hand.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Hearing none, the item has passed. Congratulations, Raymond. This is great. The next item, item 5, discuss and consider Denton County Transportation Authority Board of Directors election of officers. Raymond Suarez.
Do we want to hold off on this until Sam is here?
Sam is present remotely.
I'm here, and I'm fine with moving forward. I think. Can y'all hear me?
Yes. Are you okay with moving forward with the elections for your remote?
I am.
Okay.
Sorry, Sam, I didn't see you up there. My apologies. I know I had information that you wanted to present some information to us, and I thought that meant in person. My apologies.
Well, there's some information that I want to present in person with regard to a different item, but I'm fine with moving forward on this item. But thank you.
So there's 3 officer positions. We're looking for appointment, the chair, vice chair, and secretary. And with that, I will hand it back to the vice chair to allow you guys to have a discussion and move it forward.
We don't have a chair. We have, that's been, so I'm acting as your temporary chair at this time. Is there any nominations for these positions?
Cesar, I nominate you as the incoming chair. I'll nominate myself as vice chair, and I'll nominate Mr. Sam Burke as the continuing secretary.
Okay, as for me, I accept. Mr. Burke, do you accept?
I do.
You?
I think that I've had some discussions with you, Cesar, and then with Diane separately, and I think if I would second the motion, but I'd just like to say that I'd like some continuity with regard to our representation on the art. Go ahead.
Okay, I want to
Sorry, Cesar.
give everybody else an opportunity to discussion. Any other motions? Or nominations?
Well, I would like to discuss for approving the nomination platform, that if this platform goes forward, then it would mean, Mr. Vice Chair, that you would be chair. And I'm going to make the same request I made last year with the same qualifications of remaining on the RTC, for me to remain on the RTC and the DRMC. And if you remember from last year, so Denton is represented on the RTC. And in fact, I think, Ms. McGuire, you're the, yeah. And Louisville is represented on the RTC. I know the gentleman,
Councilmember Jones.
Councilmember Jones. And the county is represented by our judge. So having served on the RTC for the last couple of years, again, the relationships, the continuity that we're talking about, I would ask if you would consider, if elected chair, because it is the chair's decision, to allow me to remain on those 2 transportation.
And for the public that's listening out there, what Director Costa is referring to is the Regional Transportation Council, which is a council of 40 elected and appointed officials that provide general policy for our metropolitan planning area. And as for myself, if elected, I absolutely have no problem with serving. I would really appreciate if you could serve.
And the Dallas Regional Mobility.
Yeah, and for the other one, that is called the Dallas Regional Mobility Coalition, which is and also a coalition of mainly elected and appointed officials that also help represent and educate our elected officials in Austin on transportation for the area. And again, I could say on that.
And I would just like to say that this will be something that this would be something I would like for the board at some point to talk about during maybe our strategic planning session. If we want to do like a rolling position like many places do, because then this is not necessary, an election every year. Because I mean, I think we have to all admit this was already the plan for today. And so I just want to make sure that it's a discussion that we have, what the board's desire is going to be going forward. Do we want to do a rolling position where the vice chair moves up and maybe the secretary moves up to vice chair, etc.? I'm happy with either one. I would just like some continuity, and I think it would be a good discussion. And so anyway, that's all my discussion on that. Thank you. So then
Any other discussion? If you don't have anything? Oh,
Did somebody second this?
I did.
Member.
Okay.
Okay. So no, if there's no other further discussion, there's been a motion and a second. All in favor of that slate of officers that's presented?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Hearing none. That completes the election. Congratulations to all elected. Thank you very much.
Joe, you were sitting on the edge of your chair. Are you okay?
Oh, I'm good. Yes, I'm good. Intrigued.
Well, we're here to intrigue.
I was gonna mention that basically today is real quick, we have to make some amendments if you went for that.
Yes, for sure. Thank you,
All
Madam
right.
Chair.
Comment, Mr. Chairman. Just
Yes.
want to remind, we have to put this on in the September meeting every year. It's required to be voted on annually. This slate of officers only goes from October 1st to September 30th.
Currently.
Currently.
And that's why my discussion was, but if we change the bylaws.
You'd have to change the bylaws. Right?
Yes.
Right.
So that, yeah, for sure.
Find that document.
I would ask that if staff could send all the boards and all the alternates the current bylaws, a PDF of it, that'd be great. I think we could all, I would like to read it like again. I think I saw it once. So thank you. Let's move on to item number 6. Provide a report on GO Zone service performance. Mr. Tria.
Good morning, everyone. I think I'm
Morning.
clear here.
Morning.
I'm going to go ahead and go to the next slide, and I'm actually going to change the order of how I'm presenting this a little bit. So if we can go to the next slide. I'd rather talk about the service before jumping into stats and numbers and all that. So first of all, I wanted to say that it's pretty clear that people love the GO Zone service. The ridership has been excellent. It's been steadily increasing since we've launched, so much so that it's actually probably putting quite a bit of a strain on the actual supply that we have in place. VIA has worked with us very closely to try to relieve that strain on the system. For lack of a better word, they've thrown everything they have into it to make sure that the service is successful. With that being said, part of everything they've thrown at it is more vehicles for more coverage for the system. That's put in place to resolve some of the issues that we've seen of higher wait times in certain regions, notably in Louisville, where the service was having some higher wait times than we expected. I know that we've heard a little bit about that already. To address that, more vehicles were placed in Louisville, which of course affects our supply in Denton. While it's a great solution, the extra vehicles really aren't sustainable over time. The contract actually called for 28 vehicles to be on the road at any given time. We're seeing situations of over 30 to 32, 33 vehicles at any given time on the road to meet the increasing needs in Denton, where we're seeing quite a bit of demand around the UNT campus, which is fantastic. We're not sad about ridership by any stretch of the imagination, but it is putting quite a strain on other areas that need the service as well. We don't want to give Louisville or Highland Village or other regions that are in the system a poor experience by shifting all our demand. The system is supposed to automatically fluctuate and project the demand and shift accordingly. So we constantly see vehicles shifting between regions, but that unfortunately is coverage issues that we've gone ahead and manually intervened to make sure that we don't have those issues moving forward.
Mr. Tria,
yes.
Excuse me, this is Mr. Molina. I have I misunderstood. You said UNT campus is straying the system, or did I mishear that?
No, you didn't. You did not. It's more along the regions surrounding the campus. We don't actually go into the campus itself. However, the system does cover the areas surrounding the campus, and the hotspots that we see in the maps, the heat maps that we've created, do show quite a bit of ridership in that area.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Javier,
Yes.
sorry to interrupt you, but so we haven't hit anywhere near peak ridership, right? Based on what the projections were.
Correct. Our base projection, just on the phase one system without any additions, was between 270,000 to 445,000. Let's say right now in October, we're probably tracking towards 24,000 rides in a month. I'd say we were at about 20,000, as close to the 26. So that number puts us towards around 280 some odd thousand, assuming no increase in ridership whatsoever, which we're not assuming.
So the question that's coming is, VIA was, provided the estimates to us on the number of vehicles it would take to provide the service based on kind of peak use.
Correct.
I thought at the time was optimistic. And so contractually, whose problem is this?
Sorry, what did you say, Sam? Can you repeat yourself?
Contractually, whose problem is this? In other words, if they provided the estimate of vehicles, it's insufficient. We're not at our peak ridership. If they're not meeting the targets for pickup times, et cetera, is that our problem or their problem?
Javier, if you don't mind, let me take this one.
Sure, go for it.
I don't see it as a problem. I see it as a startup. We've been at this for less than 2 months. I think the danger of, and we'll get into this when we tee up, I'll tee up the fixed route discussion, because I think it's really important, as I've been out in the community and talking to.
Hey, Raymond, before you launch in, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Maybe the choice of words, I don't see this as a problem in the sense that I'm unhappy. I'm just wondering whose obligation it is to fix it. In other words, do we need to buy more vehicles, or are they obligated to provide more vehicles because the vehicles they forecast were insufficient to meet the need? That's all.
Yes, thank you for that. And I took it as such. I didn't see it as a complaint. I think it's important, as we talk about this, continue the discussion on this item, and as we get into the discussion about fixed route, that at least from my expertise in this industry and talking to the consultants, the Accenture, trying to compare the two is really probably not the best strategy right now, because one has been operating for over 10, maybe 12 years. The other's been operating for less than 2 months. There's always, we're looking for effective and efficiency goals. When you start anything new, and some of you have heard this from me before, you don't strive for efficiency, you strive for effectiveness, because you're trying to bring it up, and starting something new is inherently inefficient. I've heard a lot of conversations about, well, tell us about the mechanical failures and on-time performance issues. Well, guess what? We have those on bus, and we have them on rail every day, and we've been operating those for 10 years. I wake up every morning. Part of my prayer ritual is help us perform and execute and honor every stakeholder that wants to take a ride with us. But I also know that the world happens, and it's very challenging to do that. So I think as we look at, and sorry for the dialogue here, but I think it's important that we couch this conversation now as we just start these two very important discussions. Go Zone has been, from my perspective, knocking the ball out of the park. Have they had issues? Has VIA had issues? Yes, they have. My biggest concern right now is making sure that our stakeholder communities are getting the value they look for, but it's also very important that our contractor is not only held accountable, but that we, as whether you work directly for the agency as an employee or you work as a contractor, my goal is to make everybody successful. So I'm of the opinion that their entire leadership is 100% committed. We have discussions as often as necessary. They've thrown vehicles and resources and flown people in the middle of weekends and holidays to make sure we're successful. My big concern right now is we signed an agreement, a contract that calls for roughly 28 full-time vehicles. I think in total it was 30 vehicles. But there's roughly 42 vehicles that they have in service. So it's the inefficiency piece of this that that we need to keep an eye on to make sure that they can, because look, if they have to keep providing 42 vehicles, well, then the contract's not going to be very successful on their part, and they're not going to want to continue to do this. So I want to make sure that we give them time to improve their performance, work out all the issues. That's going to take a little while to do. But I would say, sorry, I don't mean to steal your pitch, but I think it's important to say, Sam, that it's their problem. And I think they're doing a pretty good job of handling it right now. But it's something that we all need to continue to manage over the next few months to make sure that they get to a point where they're not only effective, but they're efficient, because our contract requires them to be efficient.
And I'd just like to say, Sam, and we'll get to it in our next agenda item, that when you have a multimodal transportation entity, you know, you don't look at one in isolation. So is some of what's happening on fixed bus route attributing to this? And we'll get to that in our next, because of other things related to the fixed bus route. So it's important to make sure that we identify the issues of both of our fixed route and our GO zone, to make sure that one's not affecting the other in a negative way, with something that the board maybe can help with. So anyway, I just want to say that.
Yeah, and thank you, Diane and Raymond, for that clarification. And I guess I see that as, I appreciate that VIA is standing behind their product. You know, that I think what I hear you saying, Raymond, and I may be wrong, is that essentially their software or their algorithms that predicted the number of vehicles that they would need to provide service over this region needs some time to fine tune itself, or they need time to fine tune it so that they can provide the service they anticipated with the number of vehicles they anticipated. And that because they were wrong about that, they're providing more vehicles. And I think what I hear you saying is that if they just can't fine tune the algorithm to the point where 28 vehicles is enough, that we may need to revisit the contract so that we can both be successful in this implementation if it's something we want to continue. Did I kind of gather that correctly?
That's yes, that's correct. Just add in a couple of additional variables, which would be mechanical failures, workforce management. Everybody, including DCTA, we're all struggling to make sure that people are showing up for jobs, that it's competitively paid. We started this right in the middle of a pandemic. So I think there's a lot of variables that need to sift themselves out. And even 90 days is going to be hard. I just wouldn't feel comfortable. Just forget about fixed route. I'm talking about VIA, holding them 100% accountable for everything. 90 days in is not something that not the attitude that I'm going to take with our contractor, because they've shown a great desire and passion to make sure that they're successful. These things take time to deploy and implement and get right.
Yeah, and I think everybody's probably aware, but I just want to say it so the public can hear it. There's never probably been a more challenging time to find drivers for anything. I recently learned that our trash collection drivers that work for our contractor for the city of Corinth with overtime, now with the CDL, make over $90,000 a year. And that Amazon CDL drivers are making six figures a year on regional, just regional work, not long haul. And so I think it is extremely challenging time to be trying to hire qualified drivers. And Raymond, I appreciate that you're taking that into account when you're working.
Thank you, Director Burke. Let's go ahead and continue with the presentation so we can hear what else Mr. Tria has to say.
And I may be a little late because we've already touched on this a little bit, but there is machine learning that's involved in this process, and giving the system some time to adjust and evaluate the AI that goes along behind it to get it right plays a factor. I mean, we're looking at just now in October, almost 1 month of or one complete month. We're considering we've got maybe a month and a half worth of data to work off of. So it's, you know, it's twofold, right? It's the projections, and then it's giving the system time to learn and adjust and constantly tweaking it to make sure it's right for everyone. I also wanted to add that we are working with VIA. They proposed working with us, working with DCTA staff, to take a look at our fixed route and see where the mix of go zone and fixed route can work together, running an analysis and see how the services can complement each other versus competing with each other. So that's coming down the pipeline as well. So that's something that we're looking at moving forward to also try to alleviate some of the demand issues. So any questions on go zone supply or performance or any issues along those lines before I move on to the phase 2A discussion?
Do you mind going back to your to the dashboard?
Sure. Previous slide, please.
Thank you. So this really kind of shows, well, at some point it's going to be red everywhere. It's going to be a big blob, but the higher concentration heat map, you will see probably in some of the fixed route discussion, little dots on where pickup and drop offs are. There's a high concentration around the universities. We don't know, because we don't track human beings. We don't know whether they're students or who they are, where they're going. But a lot of pickup and drop offs on the outer edges, which would argue that there's a lot of new rides, which is fantastic. That's what we're looking for in this type of service. And so that's why you see so much heat in Denton, is because you have a lot more folks that are taking trips. Probably the most encouraging sign is that the fact that we're only 7 weeks into it, and we're already hitting a clip that would get us to the projected ridership within the band that was in the contract. That's extraordinary. 7 weeks in. It takes a long time for people to get accustomed to using transit. It's not to say that fixed route isn't important. It's just to say that there's a lot of people that are starting to use the system. What you see in Highland Village and Highland Village and Louisville is what you would expect with a normal growth pattern, which is a slow increase or a normal rate of increase. And that'll give us an opportunity to put some strategies around talking to corporate members and the like. But a lot of it just has to do with density. So I think that's probably contributed, Sam, to where VIA may not have anticipated that level of ridership that fast, and it's put some strain on how the system works, because algorithmically it looks to move vehicles where the demand is. Well, that sounds great, but if you're paying for a level of service and you try to use it and there's not a vehicle available, it's not so great. So that's where we have to use human interface to say, okay, logically that makes sense, but practically we need to make sure that there's a fair allocation of resources in Highland Village and Louisville, so that it's not overwhelming. It's not just the supply and demand, it's the supply demand over geography. So if we take that point, and I think originally we assumed that to start out with, we would have 10 vehicles in Highland Village and Louisville, we'd have 15 in Denton. Well, if we just allow the system to do what it's doing, it would need more than 20, maybe 25 vehicles to take care of the demand currently in Denton. However, the algorithm hasn't had time to optimize. So we have to give it an opportunity to start looking at optimizing those trips so that the demand will come down in Denton, and it may not. We may need more vehicles in Denton. And that's where then the trade-off becomes, well, are these people following a particular corridor that at some point becomes inefficient to use on demand? It might be more efficient to use fixed route. And I've sat down with the executive leadership of VIA, and they've said, yes, we think some fixed route might actually make sense, but we need to let the data tell us that. So that's the process that we're going through with them.
Great.
All right, Javier, I'm sorry.
No problem. I'm happy to
Javier,
answer. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you to help explain, especially to the public, the dashboard.
Absolutely.
Starting the top square that says total ridership by member city. Just tell the public, you know, from what date to what date is this data capturing?
Absolutely. This slide reflects since September 7th in service launch up until October 18th is the actual timeframe of this slide. What we're seeing here is approximately 22,000 completed rides throughout the system, 19,000 and change through Denton, a little over 3,000 in Louisville. And the other two are in the couple hundreds as far as the additional regions in Highland Village.
And what's the time frame? So
I'm sorry?
so the public,
Through
what's the time
October
frame?
18th.
The
This is-
time frame was September 7th through October 18th. So we're looking at about a month and a week's worth of data here.
5-6 weeks. Okay.
Correct. Other additional points in here that are probably worth looking at are the average time to pick up. We're looking at 14 minutes from the time a person books a ride to the time they're actually on a vehicle. Average ride duration and distance, we're looking at about 13 minutes for the rides, 4 miles. So some of the rides are pretty lengthy when you look at the average overall. There's some numbers in the middle regarding request disposition. Those are kind of the breakdowns of numbers. It kind of gets the technicalities of, you know, if a ride was accepted, not accepted, canceled, where they're actually the most important number here is outside of completed is really the seats unavailable number, where that actually shows. And I'm sorry, my lights are going out in my office and I'm waiting.
Does that mean that they the GO Zone vehicle arrived and they just were full and couldn't pick up anybody else? Is that what?
No, a seat unavailable error actually comes up on the user side when the proposed ride is too far out of the accepted time in the system, which is about 30 minutes, I believe. So that just means that particular ride could not be serviced because of demand issues. So it kind of touches base on some of the issues that we were talking about before about supply and demand and when those issues come up.
And
some
the
of those-
bottom box, what does that mean? Request per month by booking type? What is that telling the public?
So the booking type, and Chris, I might actually have you from Accenture is on with us. I may have him clarify this one for me. The request by booking type, I believe, is just the only booking type that we really see the most is through the app. The number of rides that are booked through phone and customer service are negligible. But Chris, correct me if I'm misspeaking on that.
Yeah, that breaks down the two different booking types. There's pre-booking or assisted booking, and then in-app booking. So that's what that's reflecting. As you can see, the vast majority of trips are being booked in the app interface. But if that ever changes, you'll be able to see that displayed there, Cesar.
Thank you, Chris. So is that like ridership almost? It doesn't sound like it's the same thing.
No, that's actual requests. So that's basically adding up that entire request disposition, those different columns. If you added those all up, you probably end up with a similar number to that booking type overall.
Right. If we were so this dashboard is dynamic, Cesar. So if we were to in the dashboard itself, click on that completed bar that you see there in the request disposition tile, then it would filter the visualization below request per month by booking type to only to display what portion of those columns represent completed.
Completed. Okay. Well, thanks. I just want to make sure that the public and everybody on the board kind of understands a little bit about that. Thanks for that education. Does anybody else have any questions?
I just want to clarify, so what we're seeing on the slide under request per month by booking type is not, it does not list the booking type on the slide. So I think we're not looking at the same thing that you're looking at.
Yeah, but the slide isn't, I guess the numbers for other booking types don't really move the graph enough to reflect on on the graph. So what we're seeing is such a minuscule number of other ones. It didn't show up on the actual slide.
Okay, thank you.
problem.
I do have a question.
Any other
Yes.
questions? Yes. Yes, Connie?
I was wondering the unaccepted proposal and versus the seat unavailable. What is the difference?
Sure, happy to answer that. Unaccepted proposal, and I'll try to compare this to other rideshare type apps. If you open up your app and you're looking for a ride, and the system either you're looking to see how far a vehicle might be and you're not ready to take that ride, and you close the app and you don't take that ride, that would count as an unaccepted proposal. Another one where it may come up is if you open it and you say, 14 minutes is too long, I don't want to wait, and close that, that's also considered an unaccepted proposal. Basically, anytime someone opens the app, looks to see if they want to take the ride, and it's the system proposes them a ride of 15-minute wait time, and they say, no, I don't want that, or I'll wait till later, that'll come up as an unaccepted proposal.
Okay, and then the seat unavailable is where it's more than 30 minutes or some other.
Right.
And those are useful indicators, lagging indicators, seat unavailable, unaccepted proposals, kind of a leading indicator that maybe a wait time of 15 minutes, which is what we have in the contract, it isn't good enough for some people because we're in a now generation, right? I tend to be that way too, but I'm not willing to wait 5 minutes for a store to open. I'll go somewhere, and even as I'm driving up, I'm going, why did I just not wait the 5 minutes? But anyway, it gives us an indication of if that number starts growing a lot, it means that there's riders that we could have served if we had our parameters set differently, or we were able to set our parameters differently. It may be a valuable indicator, it may not. We have a lot of data that's not necessarily represented here. This was a first attempt. I think we'll learn more with the data that we have on how we could represent information. I've also had our staff generate at board request some graphs showing fixed route ridership and on-demand ridership. We can certainly start weaving that into the board information going forward so that you can get a context of how one's growing versus the other. Again, for me, these are different modes, different tools that we use as a transit agency to move as many people as effectively and efficiently as we can. So my hope is that we're looking at this as different types of modes that we can use to deliver as many rides as possible with the dollars that we have. And that will kind of lead us into the conversation about what we do with fixed route.
Other questions or discussion from directors? Yes. Director Gill.
I've got a few. The deny rides option, where there's no seats available. Is there a way we can change the algorithm where it just doesn't do that? I mean, we were having 30-40 minute headways on bus. So I don't feel that that's unreasonable to put in the app while we're having these growing pains.
Okay. And
just as a thought.
Well, and I think the interesting about this technology is more people, and it's not just this, and it's Uber, Lyft, all these different types of services. People are more willing to wait if they know when the vehicle is going to be there, because especially if you're in business and you have other things you can do.
Yeah, just deny me a ride, that now I'm not using it again. But to tell me it's a 30-40 minute wait, we're having unprecedented usage, which we are. Maybe that's an option. I'm not saying that's necessary. I mean, I'm sure people much smarter than me are dealing with this, but that would be something I'd like to see if we can explore. That's one of my points. The next is I would really encourage everybody to see what we can do about geofencing in this bus route overlap area that we're having in Denton. I think we all agreed at the beginning of this that this was a great way for us to get data on which bus routes were effective. I know Mr. Newport has been very specific about industry standards being moving 10 people an hour or more. I think if we've got tremendous overlap, then we need to be moving and encouraging people to use the free bus service that's there. I think it's fascinating, by the way, because I'm reading in the student newspaper in UNT, and they put out a few articles talking about the new system, that they don't like that they have to pay for it because the bus system is free, that they feel like maybe the Go Zone should be free as an extension. And yet here they have a free option and they are taking the paid option over it. In many of these cases, as I look at the overlap between the bus routes that are there versus Go Zone. So I find that fascinating and a great indicator of the free market.
Well, actually, Councilmember Meltzer had said that his belief was that people, he mentioned that he's from a packaged goods. His view is from that. And he said he thought or believed that people might self-select. And what's so extraordinary of what we've done is, and Chris Newport mentioned this to me, which I thought was a great thing for him to say, so I'll share it with you, is that we've done something that all other transit authorities in North America wish they had the ability to do, which is to completely overlay on demand. A lot of transit authorities are doing pieces by pieces, and it will take them years to get where we got. The interesting thing about what we've done is people are self-selecting the mode that benefits them, certainly at a cost to the agency because we do have some duplication.
Right.
But I do believe that the insight was correct, that some people are going to choose. I would say that even individuals, I've had people call it a 91-year-old, I shouldn't say year old, a 91-year resident, young resident of Denton called, and she said she wanted to address this board in the city council because she had sold her car and her kids wanted her to continue to drive, but she sold her car because she's 91 and she's been exclusively using Go Zone. And she says, there's college kids that are looking at me and going, what are you using? I'm using the Go Zone service. So she's really super happy with the service. But we might actually have people that if they go to the grocery store and they're carrying a lot of things, may choose one mode one time and another mode the other time. So I think that's heading in the right direction, is helping via what's happening. I think in some cases is you'll have somebody book from South Denton and go to North Denton. Well, now that vehicle's occupied making that trip. If there's a more efficient way for them to transfer from one mode to the other, I think that'll help with some of the capacity issues. So we have done something that's pretty cool, and that's to allow people to figure it out. And we're getting to watch this kind of as I hope I'm not quoted on this, but like a science project to see how it best fits the needs of our folks. And I think this will also help our social service agencies as they're trying to get people to appointments versus using fixed routes. So I'm really excited with the level of data, with the flexibility that this includes, with some potential fixed route. Route 7 is knocking it out of the park. I mean, we've all, even the board, has said the ridership suggests that it should stay there, and that's a perfect example where we have some overlap.
Well, we've talked about this since the beginning of this conversation. Is we need the data. If we're going to be a data-driven organization, we need the data. This is providing us the data. It's actually providing me data faster than I anticipated. And in order to maximize the tax dollars and the value to Denton County residents, I think that if you guys aren't looking at it already, we have an opportunity, especially around Route 7, to create some geofencing and maybe better maximize those dollars. I know we're really in the early stages, the algorithm's still learning, but if people aren't starting to have that conversation, I think it's worth exploring. I heard briefly that there is some analysis running regarding fixed versus on demand.
Not yet. We're based on all the feedback that we've been getting. What I'm proposing, I've already talked to Chris Newport, is to have VIA's experts, our experts with Accenture, and NTMC staff sit down and start looking at the analysis around how would we potentially, and we'll get into this in the next item, but if it's the desire of the board to modify service, how might we do that, to your point, to make it cost effective and efficient? It not only helps us shape our fixed route service, but it's going to help going to help VIA be more efficient and meet the goals of our contract.
Well, and if we can shift those resources, maybe we can capture parts of Denton that aren't captured today. Maybe we can capture, we can create more frequency. So for example, if we do get rid of some routes, we can take some of those savings and move them into frequency on routes that are highly performing.
Yeah.
Because I'm all about, can we get down to that 10, 15-minute headway?
Right.
A couple of quick other points. Number one, I saw a great presentation at the chamber yesterday regarding GoZone. They said that they were getting GoZone data on a daily basis. Is that yes? Or
Our staff?
Can staff? Yeah.
The information is obviously captured near real time. This dashboard is dynamic, therefore it can be updated fairly quickly.
So the data I'm specifically looking for is I got a lovely spreadsheet of numbers that I actually forwarded back to you with some of my graphs that I do. But that stopped at October 8th. I would love to get that weekly, daily, but you tell me if that's a
Sure. No,
burden, and I'll deal with
our
it.
intent was to try to, in the weekly board update.
Okay.
I don't want that to inundate everybody with data, but we can certainly put spreadsheets together because that's dynamic. I will say that when you ask for fixed route, that is, just pull my teeth out because that's less painful than trying to manually go through tally sheets. So when we try to do comparisons with fixed route, I can't get you the information. Our staff can't get the
That's a
information.
monthly.
That's a monthly number right now.
Okay.
We're trying to improve that, but right now it's a monthly.
I'm okay as long as you set my expectations. That's fine. Mr. Newport, quick data point on, and maybe this is an issue because it's on the slide and it's delayed. Request per month by booking type. I get September, it's a whole number, it's the month's done. Maybe we add to the label underneath October to whatever date it is full to. I don't know if that's October real to the day I'm looking at it, like right now.
Yeah, that
or
one's through the 18th.
Yeah, that's through the 18th.
Right, right.
Sure.
So, but maybe a label changer that says October to previous day, or I don't know. If it can be dynamically labeled, maybe if it's Tuesday, I've got all the data through Monday, or
We can look at
I
that.
don't know.
I understand.
Thank you, sir. That's all I have on this one. Thank you.
Happy to answer anything else anyone might have on this one.
I have a
One more question,
question,
yes.
about
Laura.
the executive dashboard.
Mhm.
Is there like a view-only option where board members or even members of the public could just view the data that you have brought into this presentation?
I think that's something we're working towards as we finalize what this dashboard should look like. We're not quite there yet.
Okay, thank
So
you.
part of our transparency initiative is we put all of our financial data out there, invoices, and very proud of our team. They when they compete for awards, they've been acknowledged for the level of transparency. We'd love to get as much of the data out there as we can. I think it's really just trying to get a few months under our belt to understand what kind of data we want to present. I would like it to be more multimodal so that we're not just picking on or giving kudos for one service, because it is a system. And I know that our staff and Accenture have been working very hard to capture the data, change the forms on how we collect data. My hope is that once this board decides what we want to do around fixed route, that we can start having some conversations about technology automation so that we don't have to do all of this, so that we can get real-time data.
So right now, this executive dashboard is just for the staff. Staff's only one.
Well, it's for the board. We could certainly post this. It's not an issue putting it on a website. There's no desire to keep it away from folks. I will say, though, that we do have to put a date. So we have 3 days to post. We have processing that we have to do. So we have to have a cutoff date for these meetings. So that's why the data is not real time.
Sure, I understand that. I think to Director McGuire's point, she was wondering if there's a way that at least the board members could see that. That might be part of what she was asking.
Yeah, and not just in meetings, like in general.
I think
if I-
the intent is to have this be available to us.
It is definitely technically feasible. Absolutely.
Board Member McGuire,
We have a question from, whatever.
NCTC, I've seen bands going around the Corinth campus. And I don't know if they're picking up students, taking them downtown campus to Denton, or if we're capturing any of the information. Have we had any discussions with NCTC?
Go zone?
I've seen Go Zone bus or bands in that area.
You're talking about the southern campus, or are you talking about the main campus? They shouldn't be there. I mean, they're not in the service area, so I'm not
Right.
sure if they're off duty, if they're moving from one to the other, but that, I don't think that we're even capable of booking, you're capable of booking a trip. So I'm not sure exactly what they're doing down there. I will say though, that I've had people literally saying, we're seeing these vans everywhere, so it's a great marketing tool, but nevertheless, I'm not sure why they're there.
Has NCTC approached us about that? service?
They have not at this point.
Councilmember McGuire, I wanted to parse your question a little differently. Are you talking about this data to the public, or are you talking about the raw data to the public?
Oh, I'm just talking about, making the dashboard that was then screenshot and shared with us, that updated in real time, just making that.
Super, that clears for me, thank you.
Yeah, with respect to raw data, it's kind of a be careful what you ask for, because there's a lot of, I mean, this is a massive database with all kinds of information. And if we just give it to someone, you can create all kinds of work for folks, because data, depending on how you add and divide and subtract and make assumptions, can say a lot of different things. So I want to make sure that we have a process that we're following, so that our staff isn't chasing a lot of requests that are just aberrations. Does that make sense?
Very good.
Happy to give out weekly, if we can get it to weekly on bus and rail and all of our data points, however often we can, without our staff getting mad at me for asking them to do so. We'll deliver that out.
And which is why I asked that, actually. I would love to be able to just go and seek that information myself without having to rely on staff.
Sure, thank you for that.
So is there another part to the presentation that we need to continue on?
There's a couple more. So if we can move forward the slide. I just wanted to, and back one more, I'm sorry.
Backwards, maybe?
Backwards, yep. Back again. There we go. Stay there for 1 second. Real quick on phase 2A, which is the second portion of service launch. Of course, we've already discussed Castle Hills in the budget amendment earlier. I have a launch date for that of January 19th, upcoming this year, or this next year. So that's well on the way. We're already in talks with VIA about launching that portion of it. So we've got a good launch date set for that finally. I wanted to touch real quick on access service, because it was included in the phase 2A and slated to possibly launch, not definitely launch, around January. But we've gone ahead and pulled back on that for now. We're going to make sure that we've got a good focus on improving what we currently have, making sure that balance, that supply looks right before we start touching access and affecting that side of the service. So just wanted to throw that out there real quick.
I think the key there is making sure that heavy usage around the UNT campus, because these rides are more expensive than UNT routes. And it's just not an effective use of dollars to be using Go Zone where we already have transit routes, fixed routes, and contract routes.
All right, I'm going to turn the next part of the presentation over to Pamela Burns, our Director of Marketing and Communications, and she'll provide everyone with an update on their efforts. And I believe she has some stats and numbers and what we'll be doing moving forward with some Go Zone promotion.
Thank you, Javier. And if you can go to the next slide, please. So at the September board meeting, I think I was only a couple of weeks into the job here. And so we made a promise to get back to you with some marketing and communications campaign metrics. So our teams pulled together some raw numbers to present to the board today. The first that we're going to talk about surrounds the website. As you know, we have the microsite for GoZone, and we have seen getting close to 25,000 page views with an average time of over 4 minutes on the page, which that's a very good indicator that people are not just, getting on the page and then clicking off. They're taking the time to research and learn about the service, how to ride, get answers to questions on fares and other things like that. The top referring sites that we're seeing come to our microsite are listed there. We've had a lot of luck, obviously, with Facebook, and then Taboola, which is listed there on the bottom. That's a native advertising platform, so it's where you kind of see the articles that look like it's part of the website, but it's really an ad. So we're going to be continuing with our advertising partners moving forward, as that seems to be a pretty good value for what we're getting. And then, we've talked a lot about the app as well, and we have over 5,000 app installations, which is great. Next slide, please. So for our advertising numbers, I think we're pretty happy with that too. We've done digital and print advertising. We've had some billboards, and then obviously our social media advertising and organic impressions as well. I've included some samples of our advertising. You can see there on the North Texas Daily, and then the rest of those are just web banners and social media ads. But between our digital ads and our Facebook impressions, we're seeing upwards of 7 million impressions. So I think, again, we're really happy with those numbers. We've reached 73,000 people, which is awesome. And I will mention that these numbers are through the month of September. So this includes our pre-launch in August and then the September metrics. I should have mentioned that earlier. I apologize. Next slide. Some additional campaign metrics, public relations. So this is really our media, the press releases that we've sent out, the coverage that we've gotten in the media. Again, aggregate readership, we're over 50 million, and that's garnered an ad equivalency of almost $100,000, which is pretty much just added value to what we're already doing. Next slide, please. Next slide. There we go. We've also had a lot of success with just our general community outreach. We've had partners, you can see Louisville ISD, City of Louisville staff, posting about GoZone, retweeting, reposting our messages. And that's been very successful and a great way for us to reach audiences that we might not otherwise reach. Next slide. So in terms of next steps, I think we've heard a lot about increasing ridership in the Louisville and Highland Village area, and how we want to balance that with, the demand that we're currently seeing in Denton. We want to make sure that when we're increasing the ridership in Louisville, that Denton's not suffering also. So that's a lot of those service optimization things that Javier talked about. And then also we're working very closely with the City of Louisville on the Castle Hills edition. I know that they're sending out a welcome packet to about 4,500 residents, and we will be including GoZone pamphlets of how to ride in those welcome packets, as well as on their digital online website. I also believe that there is a event that will be happening in Castle Hills that we're planning on attending and staffing to answer any questions that they might have. And then as far as trends, we definitely want to make sure that we're tracking these metrics through time and that they're just not static numbers. So hopefully we'll be able to see more of the relationship between our ridership and the advertising and communications components that we have going on, as well as app downloads. So we definitely intend to make this more of a trending, time-based presentation moving forward. After discussions with the staff here, we will probably be coming back to the board on a quarterly basis unless we feel that something is needed more immediate, but that is our plan moving forward. And I'm happy to take any questions from the board at this time.
Thank you, Pam. Do we have any questions from the board? Yes, Director McGuire.
This is probably not so much a question for Ms. Burns, although I'm very impressed with the numbers, and you know, I'm glad to see that we're getting such a good return on our digital marketing. This is very incidental, but I can't help but notice on slide 41, the screenshot of the tweet from LAFC focused on the future appears to show someone in a go zone van without a mask. Federal law requires people to mask up in our vehicles, correct?
That's correct.
Are we enforcing that in the go zone van?
I can't speak to every driver. I can tell you that all vehicles have mask requirements that are stated there. It has been part of the training. We have the same issue with our bus and rail vehicles as far as mask wearing. We are on regional calls. We're DART, Trinity Metro. We all are trying to address the same thing. It really comes down to what's the enforcement. Are we going to ticket people? What is the consensus? And the general consensus nationally is that when people are not wearing it, you remind them that it's a requirement. And in some cases, they have been denied service. It can get confrontational. But I would say in general, the majority of people continue to wear masks. This is something, we have a weekly call, COVID call. There's one with DART that I'm on every Friday morning at 7:30, and we talk about all kinds of COVID policies, processes, procedures in our facilities. I know we wear Joe out, asking him what the legal requirements are, because they seem to continuously change, and we have federal and we have state. It is a challenge. It's a challenge to enforce, to try to require people to wear them, because there's just people that say, I'm not going to wear a mask. So it really comes down to, are we going to deny service to folks? And when it becomes contentious, then obviously we're going to abide by the federal law. That's the mandate. But it is challenging at times to get people to wear them.
Yeah, I would just ask that maybe you know, just send out a reminder to drivers that if someone tries to enter their vehicle unmasked, they should verbally remind the passengers that masks are required.
I will add that it's part of regular communication with the driver training process, and there is signage inside the vehicles as well.
Yes, I was going to mention that the signage in the vehicles is pretty prominent, and very easy to read and understand. And we also have the COVID protocols specifically for Go Zone posted on the website as well.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions from the board? All right, seeing none. I think at this time it's noon. We're gonna go ahead and take a short 20-minute break. Try to get back here by, say 12:20. Give a lot of board to get a chance to get some deep. With that, let's.
Chair?
Yes.
I need the conference I'm at. I really want to see the afternoon topics. I need to sign off about 1:20 or no later than that. Are we all in agreement with regard to the tabling the closed session item?
I did ask that of our CEO if he was comfortable with that, and Raymond, I want you to go ahead and just let.
Sure, I'm comfortable. I had a provided feedback to Board Member Burke. He had requested, because he was at a conference, he'd prefer to go into closed session to allow the board to have a discussion about it. I think that's appropriate. So his desire is to table that until the next board meeting. I'm comfortable with that.
Or are you all comfortable with that?
Do we need to make a motion to postpone it to a date certain?
I don't know if we need to, we would just, should we make a motion? Table it to the next December 2nd, the next meeting.
Okay. Thank y'all very much for accommodating me on that.
Right. Well, then I move that we table or postpone the executive session item to a date certain of December 2nd.
There's a second. All in favor? No.
Aye.
By saying aye, raising your hand. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Secretary Burke. With that, we will be in recess till 12:21. Thank you. I'll reconvene the October 28th Denton County Transportation Authority Board of Directors meeting. We will now move on to item number 7, provide a report on Denton County Transportation Authority fixed route service performance. And that will be Mr. Raleigh and Tria.
I'm actually going
Or
to
is it-
put that off.
Okay. Thank you.
I'll take all the data and parse it out and create ways for us to look at our fixed route service. And you have to see a lot of stakeholder board member about the concern with fixed route. All very valuable, but it helps us take some of the
I'm so sorry to interrupt, but for those of us that aren't in that room, we can't hear y'all. We can't hear that conversation.
That's me. My apologies.
Okay, thank you.
So to couch the data and the information we're about to look at, I mentioned this earlier that as a transit CEO, our job is to make sure, and our staff is to make sure that we're providing the best service that we can, and we're moving as many people as we can effectively and efficiently. And there's multiple tools to look at how we do that. We've done something very impactful in that we've launched via pretty much everywhere. And so we have some duplication of service between our fixed route and via. The presentation material has been designed not as a comparison between one or the other, because this is a very important to everyone. It's a very important decision that the board's going to have to weigh in on. And we felt important that we share a multifaceted approach to what is happening with our fixed route service so that decisions can be made literally route by route. We've talked about a gold standard. If you had to pick one variable, what is that gold standard? And we've had a lot of discussion about passengers per hour. In this field, you talk to most planners, they'll tell you, yes, that's an important, if you had to pick one, that would be one that you would pick. But there's also other reasons to put service in place, that access to jobs, making sure that we don't have food deserts, all these different challenges that communities face. And while there may not be a financial value put on there, there might be intangible values or social values that you put on there that weigh in just as much. So what Chris Newport is going to walk you through is, at my request and from their experience, is looking at each route by day, by month, but time phase, because what's interesting is you will see, the data will reveal that there are times a day that some of these routes actually meet the 10 passenger per hour goal, but they don't during other hours. And there's also some of those routes that go to important areas where there needs to be some discussion, because in my opinion, VIA is a very practical option. One other variable would be, as Board Member Gilmore pointed out, that there might be areas where we can contract service based on the number of employees that we actually have. Look, we're challenged with keeping employees, bus drivers in seats. Last month we were 15 down. This month we're 19 down. And this decision has been weighing in on a lot of people, specifically bus drivers and mechanics, that are concerned about their future. So the faster we can make a decision about what we're going to do moving forward, I think floats all boats. So I'm going to turn it over to Chris to help walk through. And by the way, this is a framework. The data that you're looking at is not real time. It's not up to the 26th or 27th. And the intent of that for today was to look at the routes, talk about the kind of information that this board is going to need or want in order to make informed decisions about what we do with our routes moving forward. So we're very much looking forward to input that will assist you in that regard. My hope is that, my intent is that on December 2nd, we will come back with information that will help this board make decisions about what we want to do with the fixed route service. I don't think it's a decision that I would suggest that it's not a decision that, hey, let's cut off fixed route or not cut off fixed route. I think the data will, and I don't know what the discussion is going to look like, but there's certainly, there's going to be routes where the performance we all know is not there. I think this board has to make decisions as a collective board, but it also impacts your specific stakeholder community differently. So that's what we're intending to do today, is to go through the data, look at the type of data. Is it answering the questions that you need individually to feel informed? We will take the information that we hear today, and we will, depending on what you want to add or subtract, we will modify the templates. And then the intent is that we start sharing the data as often, likely weekly, as we can. We may not have that information, obviously, for fixed route because we don't get it that quickly. So we're going to take October and November data, send an update to each board member so that when we come into the December 2nd meeting, we can make sure that we only have a handful of agenda items so that we can workshop through whatever questions you need as a board to decide what we're going to do moving forward. So that's kind of the intent of this next item, is to just share the data, how we're looking at it, and to get feedback from you. Okay.
Raymond, before we start that, can I just ask, so that we're looking at things holistically, so Raymond, I was just saying that, is it going to be addressed? Because if we're down 19 drivers, will it be addressed on these fixed bus routes? If they're being on time, are all those things going to be addressed so that we can make sure that that goes in? Because I'm going to find it hard to look at the data if for some reason people aren't using fixed route because we're low on drivers and they're not getting there on time. So I just want to make sure that that's going to go into the mix.
So the challenge is that we're looking, we've deployed a solution during a pandemic. It in and of itself has created some challenges. We all know that, and we heard earlier about truck drivers and all different types of folks. The competition is fierce for just filling positions everywhere. So that's adding to it. It's not just the discussion that this board's having about service going away. That certainly adds to the equation. So I think that the challenge, you could argue the same thing for VIA, is that they're launching during a pandemic. There's going to be a real-time view. We also probably need to take a view of, well, what did life look like before the pandemic on fixed route? Because once businesses start going back to work in earnest, the concern would be that we could overflood a system, right? So I don't want to skew the conversation of the data, but it's already been mentioned because I think it's fairly intuitive that if we're that many folks down and we're in this challenge, what is it that we can actually do to deliver on-time performance and frequency, as Board Member Gilmore mentioned earlier? So I don't think, in my opinion, it's not an either or. It's how do we make the systems work and how do we make them effective and efficient? And what decisions can this board make in the short term and in the midterm and the long term to help shape the mobility solutions for this region, for our portion of the region, for this county? So that's really the way I wanted to tee this up. Is I don't know that it's going to be an either or. I think it's, what do we do now? What do we do in the midterm? What do we do in the long term? And let it be a data-driven discussion. And so one data point we have is we're a lot of operators down. And that is helping, not the only reason, but it's helping to create a very poor on-time performance situation. So if your frequency isn't there and your on-time performance isn't there, you're not going to carry as many people as you otherwise would need to on your fixed route. So just keep that in the back of your mind as you're looking at the data. I still think the data reveals some some interesting data points that would support some form of fixed route service. And again, I think over the course of the next few months, we will work with VIA and with Accenture so that all of that information is readily available come December 2nd, so that the board can make some decisions around what that future service might look like. And I think we've shared what the cost on a monthly basis for service was. I think it was around $300. It was between $300,000 and $400,000 a month for the entire bus network. So let us walk you through the analysis, and then we're looking for feedback during and after the process. And then we'll go to work, roll up our sleeves, and start parsing the data and getting you, as individual board members, information as fast as we can and as often as we can.
Thank you.
Yes. Any other comments before we get started? All right. Yes. All right. So, Chris Newport, you're on.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Raymond. Good to see each of you, members of the board. Let's move to the next slide, please. And the next. Okay, so as Raymond was just articulating, we described at the last board meeting, and the board had some discussion on the fact that staff felt it was important to pull together a framework that would be used to assess the performance of the fixed route network go forward in advance of the December 2nd meeting. And the board also discussed some factors that we've sought to incorporate into development of this framework. So as you can see, we've pulled together a four-pronged approach from a high level of the factors that we feel would be appropriate to incorporate into the assessment framework that would ultimately be used to build a recommendation to the board. And those include density, productivity, equity, and alternative stability factors. And the board has already had rather robust discussions about a certain number of these already earlier in the agenda. And as Raymond said earlier, I think and a few of you have remarked the fact that DCTA has deployed this demand response microtransit solution across its service area creates new opportunities for all modes of transit, but certainly for the configuration of the fixed route network. And you essentially have more decisions, and those decisions, generally speaking, have fewer trade-offs than if GoZone did not exist as it does today. So you can see the factors that have been included. This isn't exhaustive, but for instance, Director Costa, you can see under the productivity measure that we call out the operator availability and on-time performance being important factors to consider as part of the productivity measure. And these others were factors that we included during the first phase of our partnership with DCTA. So those I believe should be familiar to most of you. But for the sake of the new members of the board, including density can be an indicator of where transit supportive populations are, as well as the equity measures can capture information about where people live that might tend to be more likely to demand transit service or rely on transit service for access to a number of things in their daily lives or to support their families. But generally speaking, the intent of the framework is to assess each of the routes and the components of fixed route service, recognizing the opportunity that there exists the moment to review the current configuration of the routes, the distances of the routes, understanding the ridership and utilization of the routes, as well as potentially new configurations that may not have been feasible or practical to consider before the launch of GoZone. And all of these things informed by the end of this first bullet on your screen, budget and operator constraints. So unless there are questions here, I'll make a final remark before we move into the data visualizations.
Question from the board?
Yeah, can you clarify why you chose the density factor of households per acre rather than just population density?
Yes, ma'am. We can also include population density, but those are two readily available metrics from the Census Bureau American Community Survey data sets. And that's
It's not the
traditionally.
households per acre is more readily available than population density?
No, ma'am. It's just that's readily available too and can be included.
Okay.
Yeah.
But
But those are.
Oh, sorry, suggest that we also consider services, for example, medical services, in addition to households and jobs or population.
May I interpret that as access to or proximity to public health or other medical
Yeah,
care?
medical facilities or other services that people need to access frequently. Medical services comes to mind first, but retail perhaps could also be included in that.
I'm just jotting a note. Okay. Any other comments from the board?
Anybody else have any other comments? Seeing hands raised. Go ahead, Chris.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Okay, so just to set up an additional bit of setup before building off of Raymond's before we move into the data visualization. So we've supported operations efforts to transform what exists about ridership in an unstructured way on the manual tally sheets into a form that enables not only the analysis that we'll present to you next, but also enables visualization into or incorporation ingestion into different dashboard tools, similar to what you saw earlier for GoZone. So this is the data conversion or transformation effort is not immaterial to take what is captured from the manual tally sheets and convert it into a tabular format. So we've presented in the next slides the month of September only. We've begun work on the month of October as well, and that will be complete in relatively short order. But I would just call that out for the board's information that given the resources that are available to the agency today, this remains a very manual and task-heavy effort. So you'll see September only, and I will walk through each of the visualizations rather quickly. The intent is to give the board an understanding of, given the effort that's been completed for the month of September, the types of analysis and the types of views that can be presented to the board now for the fixed route network, as opposed to what's been available to staff and the board historically, which is kind of the top line aggregate view of ridership, of total ridership by month on a given route. Ultimately, the point of presenting that is to get your feedback as Councilmember McGuire just offered for this setup. And recognize.
Chris.
Yes.
Do you have a question?
Well, I just want to say, are we looking at the same slide you're talking from?
I see the proposed fixed route service assessment framework.
Yep.
Yep.
Did you have a?
No. I saw you raise your hand. Oh, sure. Go ahead, Chris.
Okay. All right, well, I think I've said enough there and we can move on. So next slide, please. Okay, so the first two we've compared Go Zone ridership and Connect ridership in aggregate. So this is only the Connect routes. This excludes UNT routes, only focusing on the Denton and Louisville Connect routes. But we can now show Connect and Go Zone ridership by time of day, and the intent here is to just demonstrate that the comparison is available to you, not stating anything beyond that, or that it's possible to understand ridership by hour as well as by day of week on the Connect routes, as it is more simply done with a much more robust. So next slide, please. Similarly, we can visualize total Connect ridership during the month of September by time periods within a given day. So, and this is the periods chosen were informed by the experience of the staff in relevant time period sizes that are appropriate when planning service, recognizing the fact that mobilizing a network and the vehicles and the operators, et cetera, for a single hour of service just isn't a very practical thing to do from a management perspective. So these were the time periods and the breakpoints staff chose based on their experience. That said, we can modify them and slice them different ways, right? Given the fact that the ridership by hour is available as well. But what you can see is what's possible to see with this are peaks and volumes during the span of a day, given DCTA's fixed route service schedule. So you can see an AM peak being from the beginning of the service until just before 10 a.m., the midday being 10 a.m. to 4 o'clock, PM peak 4 p.m. to 7 p.m., and then evening being after it. And you can see the trends as they exist by route in aggregate with a steep drop off, unsurprisingly, in the evening hours.
So Chris, let's spend just a minute or two more on this slide, because what's interesting is that, well, interesting to transit buff, but typically you would see an AM peak and a PM peak and midday actually be the lowest portion of the day. I think this is a result of the pandemic to a certain extent, one. Number two, that specifically in the Denton service area, it informs travel patterns for students and retail. The retail is heavier in the midday than it is early in the morning, late in the afternoon. So you actually see an inverse on most of the routes that what you would typically see from a transit planner. Almost everybody, including myself, would expect an AM PM peak. Instead, what we're seeing, the majority of the routes is a midday peak. And I think a lot of that has to do with most businesses still suffering from work at home policies, things of that nature. And the fact that retail is coming back pretty strong, and that's reflected in these hourly, or this is an hourly, but the midday seems to be the larger portion of the ridership currently.
That is that's unusual, because that's also what you see for vehicular traffic. Correct. You see the very same thing. The two peaks on either end, and in the middle of the day it drops.
Right.
And when I was looking at this, I was curious, maybe transit had just a different split. And you say, no,
I've actually heard from COG that they're seeing the same thing happen, or at least a few months ago, that we were seeing more late evening and midday traffic than you were rush hour. Now I would say in the last month or so, we've started seeing a lot of the highways jamming up.
So is this data set exclusively 2020?
This data set is actually 2021.
September So last month.
Okay, because that would be, I mean, if I get into any of this type of evaluation,
You want to look at.
I'd want to look at, I mean, 2020 is a giant asterisk as far as I'm concerned. I throw
It's
that out.
2019 that we actually,
Yeah.
for a
I know,
historical
and I
basis,
know,
yeah.
historically, we've been doing 2019. I guess, Chris, to maybe streamline this a little bit, we've already had an evaluation of the system, the benchmark being 10 per hour, moving 10 people per hour, right? And we only had one route that actually hit that number, which was Route 7. Is the concept here that we are looking to find bands within the data that a route possibly hits that 10 per hour, and then creating an opportunity there for fixed route? Is that what I'm hearing? Or?
So that's one way to look at it. The other way to look at it is if that route goes away, that's how many people will be hitting the VIA service. So it gives you some context of if we just said, we'll get rid of that route, knowing that we're having capacity issues. That's why it's important that we have a conversation with VIA as well to see if the route goes away, where is it going to impact you the most, and do we have capacity at that time to take that on?
Okay.
The reverse consequence is VIA says, hey, we're really struggling with capacity during these times, and we have a lot of people going in the same origin destination. It might be worthwhile putting a circulator in for 4 or 5 hours. Where that helps is we can reshape the workforce we currently have so we don't have a lot of unproductive hours and cost. And we don't have a bunch of, you've also heard, I think this board has heard, that we have supervisors and managers and people are having, they're licensed to drive, but they're out having to drive because we don't have enough people. So that's the whole intent of just trying to look at these and see where if we decide to move something away, that's how many people are going to hit VIA, and do we want to do that?
Super. So we got to be really careful on this, right? Because it's duplicative effort. It's duplicative money. If I've got GoZone handling that, we are already seeing this issue around the UNT campus where we've got both services. So if I take and I run, let's just say I run Route 22, just because it's the furthest one on the right that I can see, and we decide to run Route 22 from 10 to noon every day, is that actually going to help, or are people going to self-select like they're doing right now around Route 7 to take VIA, and in which case we're spending money, but we're not solving the issue?
I think you're 100% correct. That's where the discussion needs to be. How do we either geofence or create hubs where you don't have the duplication? So we're not spending money on both types of services at the same time, going to the same places. And as Chris gets into further slides, you will actually see a fixed route with a lot of little dots to literally support what you're saying. And,
Right.
and that's what we have to address. The dynamic and the resolution or fidelity that we're trying to provide is when you see those two things happening, that's an opportunity for us to say, how do we want to handle it? And if we decide to get rid of the fixed route, then that orange bar might top what we have available in seat capacity. And then VIA may come back and say, well, we need to add more vehicles, more cost. And then at some point you reach a tipping point where on demand is less efficient than fixed route.
Which is what we wanted. This is where we wanted to get to, right?
Right.
I'm impressed that we're actually having this conversation this early in the data set. So those are my concerns. I'm glad we're all having that. It sounds like we're all singing from the same hymnal.
Yes.
The only thing that I would add to the discussion, Mayor Gilmore, is if you cast your mind back to over a year ago, or maybe it was close to a year ago, when we
Everything
presented.
pre-COVID is a whole like an eon ago.
Well, the good news then is that we were still in COVID. So, but we also hit you guys with like 80 slides at a time. But the graphic that we presented during phase 1 that included each of the routes with that 10 riders per passenger hour dotted line across it, that was for aggregate ridership. So that was looking at the total monthly ridership by route and the total aggregate service hours provided for that by that route in that given month,
Yes.
right? And there was a call out box that said that pointed to a few other routes that said during certain times of the day, these routes may also exceed that 10 rider per revenue hour benchmark. But more deeper analysis of the data would be required to understand that. And that's what has been done now.
Gotcha. That was the pretty multiple shades of blue graph. So I do recall it.
That's right. And included a discussion about the trade-offs that you make in turn, or the cost implications given rising volumes, right, of fixed route versus demand response only, right? The demand responsive with rising volumes tending to be more linear, or a function of tied more closely to a linear increase in the costs for the number of rides versus economies of scale available from fixed route.
And I think another data point you put in that conversation as I go back into the dusty cobwebs, you also made a mention that we wouldn't necessarily see a one-to-one drop-off of ridership, that because you're running multiple modalities, that marketing and that awareness actually might keep things level or a little bit higher than you would expect if you were only running one modality. Am I recalling that?
Yes, sir, as well as the fact that it is absolutely appropriate to view different modes of transit as complementary to each other.
Yes.
Not so in economics, right? This notion of a complementary good or a substitute good, right? The more modes that are available to people, they can mix and match to best suit their needs. And I think what we're seeing is that is starting to occur.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, this is analogous to any major city. New York, Chicago come to mind. If you were to be in Times Square, you go down and you can get onto any subway, it's relatively packed. The minute you start moving away from the city center, you start seeing the ends of the routes with a lot less people. So another way to look at this is, if we're going to keep the most ridership that we can, given the number of operators we have and trying to increase frequency, you could argue that pulling back the tentacles reach isn't important anymore, because we have reach with GoZone to make the fixed route immediately more efficient. We could get the vehicles to travel a shorter distance. Therefore, the frequency goes up, and it takes less drivers to do that if we're doing it in certain times of the day. So that's why we parsed the data the way we did. So I think those are the major variables that we can decide literally by route. Well, maybe we should pull this one in. Maybe we should not start or end so late, and let's let GoZone pick up the other portions of that. You see this in New York and Times Square, where you have the subway system, you have taxis that are, and bus systems that are right on top of them, literally above them. They're all operating, but some do a better job in the middle of the day, some do a better job at night. But anyway, that's the concept here. Continue, Chris.
Okay. All right, we can move to the next slide. So what you just saw, that was aggregate ridership during the day, looking at time of day. This is the onboardings per revenue by those same time periods. So Mayor Gilmore, just getting to your immediate question, you can see that we've got the various numbers of onboardings per revenue hour. But what's interesting from this, and it's only 1 month, and we can't caveat that enough, that this is only 1 month of data. But what this shows is that at certain points in the day, the Denton Connect routes either meet or exceed that threshold, and Louisville is higher. The Louisville Connect routes are higher than they were with the visualization that was presented back last year. So again,
this is during the pandemic. I mean, we're coming out of it, but we're still not at the ridership levels that we were pre. So again, not looking at it necessarily, what do we want to do with the route today, but businesses come back, if we get back to normal state, are we hitting it? And I think when we look at it, averaging across the entire day, when you're skewing for very, very productive hours, because we started sometimes at 5 a.m. and there's very few people on bus, rail, anything at 5 a.m. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Next slide, please. Again, I'll just reiterate that this is the type of presentation and analysis that is possible now. That's really the intent in sharing this. So again, if we work at the top of the slide and move right to left and then down, ridership by route, this is aggregate ridership for each of the Connect routes in descending order for the month of September. Moving to the right, ridership by day of week, again in aggregate for all of the Connect routes. I'll note there was one fewer Monday in the month of September where service was provided due to the Labor Day holiday. And then again, Connect ridership in aggregate by hour of day across each of the routes. Next slide. Okay, so I won't drain each of these, everyone, but I'll just give the setup. So what you're presented with on the left-hand side of the screen, this visualizes the red dots that you see are GoZone trip originations. So where someone, right, using the GoZone service started a trip. And then the blue line represents the path of the Connect route, in this case, Route 1. And then the pink dots visualize the diameter of those circles represent the number of onboardings at the given stops that are along the Connect route. So a smaller diameter circle represents fewer onboardings at a given stop. The larger diameter represents relatively more onboardings at a given stop along the Connect route. And as Raymond and Mayor Gilmore were discussing earlier, while this visualizes onboardings, not the actual trip pattern for GoZone, it's useful to understand where along the route GoZone trips are originating that could be opportunities to capture or utilize fixed route for those types of trips.
Another way to look at this is below the orange line. The productivity of Route 1 wanes significantly. You're just not carrying as many people likely on that piece of it. So and this isn't displayed in the data because you don't see how many passengers were actually picked up on that route along that line. But where there's more density, there's more opportunity to either take one type of mode versus the other type of mode. So as you get closer to the city center, you see a lot more rides happening. This might be a candidate on this particular route that if we were trying to reduce the impact on riders, improve frequency, that we might want to truncate that line a bit north.
Absolutely. Then the other two charts, and this is provided consistently for each of the routes. We again have ridership by hour of day for the specific route and ridership by day of week for the specific route to be able to understand the magnitude and the shape of the service pattern across the day and across the week.
Explain the pink dot, the circle.
Sure.
The larger one.
Again, so that area represents that is the location, that is the stop on Denton Connect Route 1 where the most onboardings for Connect Route 1 are occurring.
So applying the 80-20 rule, you can see the top pink bubble almost off the chart and the lowest pink bubble. In between that would probably capture the majority of
the ridership on that route. That's right.
So if you're not running it, you don't have the service hours, you don't have the miles and fuel costs, so you can see how that would shed a lot of inefficiency. And then we could have some conversation about geofencing and price setting between the two so that you're actually driving riders to or pushing riders to one mode versus the other.
Right. Then the last thing, I'm sorry, Raymond, did I interrupt?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Okay. The last thing that I'll point out is that we made a design choice with the graphs here to not normalize the y-axis because we felt like you would lose the ability to it would mute the peaks and the valleys. So the scale will be different for each of the routes. So routes that have higher ridership, the y-axis will have a higher upper limit on it. Just want to point that out as you go through the next slides. So the next few slides, and I'll move through these at a pretty decent clip unless the board prefers or staff prefers that we spend some time on a given route. But if we go to the next slide, that'll be Denton Connect Route 2. Same information presented for each route. Again, you can see that the largest diameter pink circle there around DDTC. Next slide is Denton Connect 3. This is a unique trip pattern for this route. You can see the bulk of the ridership occurring at the beginning of the day. Next slide.
Why do you think that is?
Morning commute from
Route 3 also has most of the social,
right,
the agencies that support. It is different because you don't have necessarily retail, and it's really access to social services.
Public service appointment. Yeah. Yeah. Social, excuse me, social service supportive appointments. Right. So if we can move to the next slide, Denton Connect 4.
This one is different from everything else. I'm seeing 6 or 7 big ODs or destination points. Is that correct? Yeah, yes. Actually, so what's interesting about this one is this is Route 4. A large portion of the route is along University Drive. Okay. So there's a lot of retail. The north-south bound portion of it supports I think it's TW. I can't remember. I can't see that far. Yeah, and then it comes all the way down where routes 1 and 2 are, which is the mall area. So that is an exceptionally long route,
right.
And it's prime for redesign. But it also, to Mayor Gilmore's point earlier, is where you see a lot of that competitiveness happening. Look at how many go zone trips you have. Now, on that dot matrix or heat map, it doesn't differentiate time of day, but it could be. And there's a starburst that I want to see if we can graphically represent, which is taking one of those spots and seeing where those trips are originating, where they're going. I think that'll also help us shape. Like, are these patterns where everybody's kind of going to the same place, or are they literally just starbursting everywhere? But I think this one is an exceptionally good depictor of how you might want to break those into 2 different routes, or eliminate a portion of the route that's really being supported very well by go zone, so long as it's not causing a capacity issue. But this is the one that even from start to finish on the whole day, gets closer to that 10 rides per hour.
Right.
It's probably the next most efficient route we have, but you can see how long it is. So by its very nature, it's inefficient.
Chris, my apologies. Maybe I'm missing. Were all of these slides in the packet that was sent to us, or are some of these slides
in the presentation packet sent last week? No, sir. These are new.
Yeah, if I could get copies of these new slides, that would be lovely.
Of course. So
I received these slides.
You got
via
those?
I thought they were in the packet.
I may be missing a couple, and then it's probably me, so it's okay. But if they all came out, then that's
Did
great.
they all go out to
The presentation, I think that was on the presentation, not on.
Not on the packet. Yeah. Okay.
Presentation.
Got it. Cool.
Yeah, Mayor Gilmore, I was responding to the board packet that went out last week, I believe.
Yeah, no worries,
all of
Chris.
these-
It's drinking from a fire hose. My brain is a little like
Yeah.
a sieve every once in a while.
There's a lot here, but each of these slides are available in the link that I believe Keisha shared with everybody.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so again, I think this being a route, we're getting this is where I think a comparison of Go Zone and Route 4 ridership by hour of day is going to be a valuable bit of analysis to do, as well as seeking to understand the Go Zone trip patterns for those red dots that you see very, very close to or on either the stop or along the path of the route. Okay, next slide. Again, didn't connect 6, a little bit different shape to the ridership here by hour of day and day of week. Next slide. Route 7, the highest volume of ridership in the Connect network. This being a good example of the scale being dramatically different. Didn't Connect went up to 150 rides. We're using a 800 figure as the upper limit for the ridership by hour of day visualization here.
Hey, stop there for a second, because if you're not familiar with the route, the map orientation keeps changing. So the large pink far right dot, that's the DDTC. That's where rail and all of the majority, not all, the majority of our bus routes are. The Route 4 that I was speaking to earlier, how long it is, it's actually would go off the charts over to the graph, because it goes down University, comes down, I think 288, and it goes down to the mall area. It's one of the few that don't intersect the downtown transit center. Where you see all of that, the red dots, the highest density on the bottom, that's in and around the University. And then you see from the DDTC up, that's TWU campus. So you see a lot of dots there running north-south. And then the long orange line across the top, all those little dots, that's University Drive, where a lot of retail is happening. So you can kind of see that University that feeds Razor Ranch up at the top, and all the retail establishments, TWU coming north-south down to the DDTC. And then all of those big pink dots are the Route 7 that go over to University of North Texas. So you can see that travel pattern and how people are, there's duplication of service for sure. Thank you, Chris.
Okay, next slide. We'll move into Louisville Connect. So Route 21 being represented first. And then the next slide representing Route 22. And next slide, please. Raymond just mentioned 80/20. So we've completed Pareto analysis or visualizations of the Pareto analysis by route. And this is again the routes depicted in descending order. You can see that Route 7, 4, 6, and 22 represent 80% of the Connect September 2021 ridership. And then the next slide, and I'll apologize for the pain that this might inflict on you in advance, but similarly performed a Pareto analysis by stop. So the next step that we'll take using this lens is to complete a Pareto analysis by stop, by route, by stop, to the point that Raymond made earlier on Route 2, I think it was, that we were looking at. Okay, next slide. And finally, this is just calling back. These are screen grabs from the analysis that we performed in the first phase that incorporate those other factors that I was referring to in the first slide of the presentation of the other equity and density factors to understand and reflect on when evaluating each of the routes. That would be included as part of the framework go forward. And that's the last slide in the presentation material.
But this information has not been reflected on a graphical representation, correct?
That's correct. Not with the updated September ridership information. And we intentionally, and it would be fair to critique this, but we intentionally focused on the productivity side, the productivity and ridership element with the presentation material, because that is truly what is newly available to staff and to the board to consider. The demographic information and macroeconomic indicators, household demographics, et cetera, are still relatively stable from when the analysis was performed the first time and shared with the board. So design choice that would be that reasonable minds could disagree on whether that was the appropriate approach to take, but it was the one that we chose.
My point is that there's not a view that would say, other than ridership per hour or looking at ridership itself, the intangible factors on why you might want to consider. As an example, the city of Denton had sent a request in that we provide service between Our Daily Bread and the Senior King. This board approved that. I don't think you could look at that analysis and say it would meet the goal of 10 passengers per hour. So there might be other factors that you want to consider as a board for your own stakeholder community that might weigh into it. You just want to give that opportunity for the board to discuss. And that last graphic has not been rendered in such an evaluation at this point, correct?
That's correct. The bulk of our efforts, everyone, were largely focused on completing the data transformation of the ridership, and then conducting the analysis and visualizing the results of it. So the next step, and we've still got some workshopping to do to make that process more efficient, but we've got some good concepts, I think, that will minimize that. So go forward, we'll be able to incorporate that. Raymond, would it be appropriate now for me to describe next steps that we've discussed? Okay, so the next steps would be, number one, I would be highly interested to understand any feedback that each of you has along the lines, Councilmember McGuire, of what you offered at the beginning. So because what we will do next is we'll begin working on October data and then November data. So if there are any adjustments to what we visualize to you, we just like to understand that, just so we can incorporate that into the planning. For those the charts that we shared with you today. The other next step that we have is we have a very rough prototype of a dashboard similar to that Go Zone view that we intend to start building and refining for fixed route as well. But the intent of all of those activities being that the board is able to receive updates between now and the December meeting for October data, for November data. As it becomes available, we transform it, do the analysis, and visualize it.
So as you can imagine, just dealing with the data, as you're hearing from Chris, is a bit challenging, because there's an exhaustive process of just making sure that we collect the data, we cleanse it, we make sure that it's accurate, and then we're able to use it to provide views. None of this really informs a decision on how you make a decision, either keep a route or not keep a route. There's a lot of analytics. We're trying to make a decision in a very short period of time based on brand new service and competing service. So it's a big task, and we're going to do everything that we can to provide information that helps you make a more informed decision. But I think to try to get there on December 2nd with this board giving directive to staff to cut or not, you'll need to really think about how you want to shape that. I have my own ideas about how we could do that. We can come back with recommendations. We're stand at the ready. Before Chris gets the feedback, I don't mean to cut anybody off. So we stand at the ready to work with VIA, with Accenture, with staff to come in and say, based on the information that you have available, how would you like to see the information? Because I think in order for you to make a decision, we have to make some recommendations for you, or you need to tell us what it is you want to do.
I would concur, and that's really what I would expect from you, from Chris, your staff, for you to come with a set of recommendations that, based on your analytics, these are the routes that we should maintain. And then maybe you might have route A that we maintain. Maybe you have route B that you say, well, this route probably should only be serviced between X time of day to Y time of day. And then you might say route C, D, and E, we don't recommend carrying these forward at this time. Something that can give us something like that. Can you do that by December 2nd?
We can make an attempt. I don't know that we've had enough time for VIA to fully. Neither one of them have had time to fully bake travel patterns. And I'm not saying this on my opinion. I can tell you it is known from transit planning. It takes time for people's decision-making process to change and adopt new service types. So we can certainly do that. We can certainly, I think there is a need for us to right-size our fixed route. There's a dire need to do that, so we can plug a hole in and we just heard this yesterday at the NTNC meeting, that one of the biggest challenges they have is recruiting and retaining, and it's because of the not knowing if there's a future. So I would say that we should make that staff should make recommendations to this board on what we can do in the short term, and then allow these systems to continue to operate and give the board the flexibility to make future decisions. So, yeah, long-winded answer is yes. I think we can take October, November data. We will continue to provide it to the board. We can tell you what we're seeing in the data. And I can't speak on behalf of VIA and Accenture, but I think they're standing at the ready to help us look at it, plan it, make some recommendations in December for you to chew on.
If I could chime in for just a moment, I do need to get off pretty shortly. Am I recalling correctly that we have budgeted for bus service through the December meeting as it currently is being operated?
Correct.
And we have not budgeted for bus service as it's currently being offered past that date?
We have
Correct.
budgeted through that December 6th.
Okay,
cutoff.
so
With 3 and 7 being.
With
budgeted
3 and
for
7 through March.
right?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So what I personally would like to see is recommendations from the staff, as Cesar requested, a budget amendment that y'all would recommend as far as what you think we ought to do, well, with bus service through March, a budget amendment continuing the bus service as it is through March. And then Chris, as far as the data presentation, from my point of view, I love the maps. And I'd like to see the maps for each route in combination with the rider data, like together, so I can see those two things at the same time. And if we're going to be making recommendations, I mean, in other words, if we're getting into route design, which I think is fraught for the board to be doing, but if we're going to do that, I want something I can draw on. You know, I want a big picture that I can get a marks a lot on and do that. If we're getting that granular, you know what I mean? Like, because and we're mostly talking about Denton. You've got to understand, if we're going to do route design as a board, which again, I'm not sure I agree with, but we need to know like what neighborhoods we're going into, what those look like. So we can consider not just the ridership numbers, but the stakeholder equity, the who's being served, all of those things. And that's just my 2 cents. And the other board members may or may not agree with any of that, but that's my feedback, and I wanted to make sure I gave it before I signed off. Thank you, Chris, for the presentation.
Sam, if you don't mind, I'm not exactly clear on what additionally you'd like to see in your comment about the maps of each route in combination with the ridership data.
The ridership, the graphs that showed time of day travel and the total rider by route, basically just combine that slide with the slides you had showing onboardings.
I see. Okay. Yes.
So that I can see those things at the same time.
Yes,
like, it's just you're dealing with a small mind here. I need to put things together. So I like to see them at the same time. And then I'd also like to see, and I don't think it was presented, but where those people are offboarding. If we, in other words, it's great that people are getting on at a bus stop, but if they're not going anywhere on the route, that's not necessarily a cannibalizing ride. We're just centralizing where we're picking people up, which would be a good thing, I would think.
So staff, Troy can correct me if I get this wrong, but the operators were given the ask to begin capturing offs. So that was all ons that we had in September, but beginning September 17th, I think it was, Troy, they were asked to begin capturing the offboardings as well. So we can look at reflecting that also.
We have also more challenging because you have in some cases 2 sets of doors. When you get on, it's usually the front door that opens, with the exception of UNT service. They open all doors and everybody floods on. But you need people to pay, so they open up the front door, so you can capture those pretty easy. You're trying to operate a vehicle, maintain safety, look back at who's getting off, and a lot of times they're queuing up right at the door to get off. So
I'm not worried about the bus offboardings. I'm talking about
for Go Zone.
Go Zone. Like when we're looking at whether or not Go Zone's cannibalizing bus. Yeah, I'm not expecting the bus operators necessarily to capture offboardings.
I see.
Go Zone, I want to compare not only where they're getting on, but where are they getting off, so we can see if in fact, if they're going somewhere on the bus route, obviously, that's one thing. But if they're just using that bus stop to get on and they're going somewhere totally different, I don't see that as a problem.
And that data is available.
Okay. Sorry about that. Thank y'all very much for letting me attend remotely. The board, y'all have any feedback to what I said, or you're fixing to have an opportunity to talk behind my back? That may be preferable.
We do that all the time, Sam.
Yeah.
Now, Sam, I'm with you. It's a lot like rezoning schools or redistricting schools. I don't want to be in the middle of that. I want to have a set of policies that direct that.
I'm on the same page with you, TJ. Thank you.
TJ?
Yeah, I've got a small issue that I think is going to make this incredibly easy and at the exact same time incredibly complicated. We decided in July, based on the minutes, maybe I'm misinterpreting this, but I think Joe agrees with me, that we are canceling all the routes except for 3 and 7. They're done. So the only routes that we're continuing are 3 and 7, and the intent was to gather data on those to determine if we were going to continue to have them. So maybe I'm misremembering, but one of the challenges we had in the conversation was, of course, the lead times that were necessary to dial down the contract with the unions. There is no way that between December 2nd and December 4th or 7th or whatever that is, we're going to be able to change that a 180. It's not going to happen. I don't know how many problems that's going to create with the union, what their timelines and contracts are. That's all on Joe. But that's a significant issue. Plus, based on the conversation with NTMC, I'm paying $50K a month, give or take, in bonuses and extensions just to try and keep people. And we get hit with a 30% healthcare increase because of that. I don't see it, guys. I mean, I think I'm hearing you guys tell me, Chris, my apologies, but what I'm hearing you say is that on December 4th, we're going to reevaluate every route. What our decision was already is that all of them except for 7 and 3 are going away on December.
Sam, you may not want to sign off because I don't remember that the discussion going that way. We'll definitely have to go back and look at it.
Got it right here.
Okay, that's fine.
I think we
I-
initially had some, I think that was initially what we planned to do. And I think the feedback though we got was pretty strong that maybe we needed to reconsider that. And I'm not going to pretend like I remember the details of the timing of the union contract or the NTMC at this very moment, but I certainly thought we had a little bit of course correction on that after we got feedback specifically from Denton about how they felt about it.
Well, in fact, we had originally planned 2 weeks. This is where my confusion is. We had a 2-week time frame that we were going to run in parallel, and then the board took action to extend all routes for 90 days. And I think the discussion at that time from board member Burke was, shouldn't we run it through the entire semester so we can get a sense for how that looked? And when I spoke to our board chairman, Chris Watts, he'd asked me a question about what's the decision, and we communicated back to the ATU, maybe incorrectly, I'll have to go back and look at the minutes, but that the board has not made the final decision, that the board had an opportunity to either cancel, continue the service, or modify the service. So that was my interpretation of it.
Hey, Joe, we can't hear you.
We had, I'm just going back on the minutes I pulled up. We had 2 motions at the time. One, the first motion that came off the floor was by
Cesar, I mean, for 60 days.
60 days.
You're trying to see what
Yeah,
baseline
you
we
want to
had
try to
set.
get something to pass.
I remember that.
And then the second motion, and then there was a kind of a motion to modify that to go to 90 days. That was made by TJ and was seconded by you to extend overlap of phase 1 base service through 90 days. Then the next motion, the next discussion after that was 90 days from go launch date. So we had the go launch date was of September 7th, 2021. But throughout that discussion, and I even chimed into that discussion and said, look, it's, nothing's set in stone as far as the board coming back and being able to revisit that 90 days. And that's what has been communicated to the ACU is, yeah, that is the discussion. That's what they said. We see your date and your service date ending as of December 6th. What I'm communicating back, saying the board has had continuous discussion, but that's not it's a hard and fast date as far as the motion goes.
Yep.
But we're going to be discussing that as far as what that discussion may be.
Yeah.
Complete elimination, modification of routes, keeping the routes, could be any of them. So they're like, okay, well that's
And it is true, I do remember, taking me a minute or two, I remember the conversation being that the board could vote and take action to extend it, but currently it ends, to your point.
Okay.
At that
not
time.
having that November.
Yeah, I thought that was the
It
reason.
ends.
It is.
Yeah, as it is
So
ending.
the board would have
Yeah.
to take another vote or action to extend it beyond
Yes.
that.
And
Just
right
like you
now-
would with the budget.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, first of all, there's
Yeah.
a budget amendment. I have
Sure.
no idea what the cost is. All I do know is that we've been told repeatedly, we can't afford to keep both services running simultaneously. That I know is a baseline that we have.
Right.
So,
So that does help me understand, because I was here thinking to myself, I thought originally we were just going to end this 2 weeks afterwards. And why are we talking now about extending it and modifying it? So, okay, so now it's blister. We already made the decision to end this on December 7th.
You made a decision to end it. The conversation, and we can go back to the recording and play it back for everyone, was that
we can always go
the
back
board
to any decision.
a board can come back to a decision. I perceive the intent was that we would collect data, because we said this would be a data-driven decision. The fact that the board extended it for 90 days was to evaluate the service. So,
And
it would-
let me give you my perception on that.
okay,
My perception was that was to evaluate the routes that were that 10 per hour or more, because then we had enough time to be responsive to the ATU's requirements. With the regular routes, we didn't have enough time to do both.
So, yeah, that was not my understanding at all of what happened at the July 22nd meeting. My understanding now or on December 2nd. And I mean, I'm going to be very blunt here. I think that it's no secret why I'm on this board. It's because members of the community in Denton overwhelmingly oppose cutting fixed bus routes. And that extended to the 4 fixed bus routes that were slated for cut on December 7th. I was appointed to this board for the purpose of stopping that. Let's be frank. So I want to communicate to anybody that's listening, anybody from NCMC, from ATU, that I do not want to see large scale cuts to our fixed routes until at the very least March. Here's what I would propose. First of all, am I correct in my interpretation of our budget report that we are $4 million over budget in our sales tax revenues? Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Marissa. Yeah, so that's, if Cadet bus service at the high end costs $400,000 per month, I mean, 4 million can get us 10 months, but we're talking about 3 months tentatively. I would suggest, I mean, first of all, even the most vocal and outspoken opponents of ozone in Denton, and there are some, have to admit that our routes are not optimal right now, that they are not as efficient as they could be. I question our fixed route data collection method. No offense to Chris, you've done outstanding work. You and your team have, I know, put a lot of hours into gathering and interpreting that data. But paper and pencil tallies where drivers are trying to catch people as they come on and they're not able to catch when people come off. I mean, that's some Mickey Mouse nonsense. And we can't be basing serious long-term decisions about this agency on that kind of data. So I would suggest that we tentatively plan to evaluate changes to fixed routes in March on the condition that we can implement improved data collection measures and procedures so that we can actually base those decisions, which we will hopefully be making in March, regarding improving and making more efficient our fixed routes on data that wasn't collected by hand, because it's just very questionable in its validity and its reliability. So that's my take, is that I would like to see us first implement improvements to data collection, and then in March, once people have had a chance to get used to the GO zone, then make an evaluation of that more reliable data.
Joe, what's been communicated so far?
We've had a phone conversation with the union. They're aware of that. They're aware of the actions. They're aware of the actions that we took back in, when was that? July? In July. But again, what I have communicated, similar to what Raymond has said, is that's the date that's been discussed, but there are going to be additional discussions as it relates to that. Like I said, there's been a change on the board that relates to representation of debt. So we don't exactly know what, if any, the effect would be as it relates to driver's positions. That's what we're talking about, driver's positions. For those of you that were on the board, we got a notice as far as requiring to comply with a federal law, because these routes are funded with federal dollars. That these routes are being, it will replace these routes with another type of service. Again, this isn't necessarily our position, but that there are certain requirements that need to be met as it relates to those drivers who will no longer be driving those routes. Those are the conversations that we've been having. Again, as of last Friday, the conversation was that we are continuing to evaluate. So still don't know exactly where we will be come December 5th.
So we make no decision between now and December 2nd. And we say, yes, we're going to keep all these routes. But what's happened in the meantime? The union's not, we're not hiring anybody, are we? How does that all
They
work?
continue to try to backfill the position.
If you to try to back them. Okay.
We just have some, we had just have some notification requirements, I believe it's 15 days prior to the end of the service. That we have to give them notice.
Okay, so
And
if
it
we
only
have this
affects
meeting-
it only affects people that are working. I mean, if,
so those 5 positions right now, because we're so low.
correct. It could affect a small portion. If it's, keep them, it has no effect. If it's to eliminate all the routes, it's just the number that is between the vacancies and the employed folks. So we don't know what that looks like yet.
So if you have to make that 15-day notice, are you going, I'm just gaming. So December 2nd, councils or board says, yeah, we're gonna keep all these routes. We're just gonna keep going as we're doing now, scrambling for folks, paying what we're paying, 50,000 a month on that, yada yada, right? Or we say no. Is that when the 15-day clock starts?
Whatever that date of that end of service.
Okay, so the end of service right now is the 7th. So are you gonna have to put a notice before Thanksgiving? You're gonna have to tell them before Thanksgiving, right? Because of the way it's set up.
And
now.
that's what we discussed at the last meeting, that we would have to give notice 60 days before. So we were literally at that time saying, we need to make a decision, and the decision was, well, let's extend it at least for 90 days. We can always come back and change our mind after we look at the data. So I think that's where we are. We're getting closer to that. And it's either going to take an affirmative action to continue it, or it doesn't continue. Exactly right.
So if that's where we're going and if that's the conversation, that's fine. I need to have really hard dollars, because while I get that we have 4 million in sales tax, I have 50 million in rail improvements that I need to do or more. If we want to get into that kind of conversation about where dollars come and go, we have other needs to be able to be a more regional player. So in paying for a service that that this board, granted you weren't here, but this board, based on the metric of 10 riders per hour, said, we think GoZone's the better alternative to provide that type of ridership, and it's a more effective use of our dollars. So that's, that's the background.
That is fair. That's the discussion that happened. My opinion of the conclusion of that discussion was, let's extend everything for 90 days. Let's look at the data. Let's see what it informs. And then if we decide to continue it, we'll have to take another board action, just like we would have to take another one for a budget amendment.
I agree with you in the realm of routes 3 and 7. I disagree with you on the others.
Well, for me, it was never, oh, I'm sorry. Sam, did you want to say something before you go?
Yeah, I wasn't trying to have a conversation about what we were gonna do. I understood that was gonna be on the 2nd. I was just trying to make my thoughts known about what options I wanted to be on the agenda for our consideration on the 2nd.
And Sam, I agree with you. Absolutely. If that's where we're going, but
No.
we've got a decision
gotta
that I
have
think
this
that was made that backs us into a really different corner because of this interpretation that Raymond and I seem to have a different opinion on.
I don't think we're in a corner. I think Joe has some letters to write and notices to provide, and but I mean, the debate is a matter of public record. I mean, the Denton's position's clear. Your position, at least based on the data right now, is fairly clear. And the board action or inaction is, are we gonna fund it? And I haven't heard Raymond say or anybody else that the position we're in, it won't matter if you fund it or don't fund it, we ain't gonna have no drivers. If that's true, I need to know that.
Yep.
That's not what I believe to be true. And so I don't, those, like I said, those are the options that I, as a board member, would like to be able to consider at the December 2nd meeting.
And I don't know that I'm at odds with you. It's just
I think we have a slightly different interpretation.
it's a different interpretation, but I don't know that we would have extended all those other services for 90 days if we weren't interested in looking at them. But it results in, I think, the same end point, which is the board will have to take
action to extend the budget and extend the service. If the board chooses not to do that, then it ends.
I think
Yeah, and I
the board
don't-
chose it not to do that.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't mean to, I don't,
If you choose to extend it,
Extend it.
not.
Which was part of, I think, the negotiation going back and forth, when our previous chair said, you know, let's do the 90 days. There were some of us who wanted 6 months, some of them originally 2 weeks. But if we're saying it ends at December 9th or whatever, that's not, so you have a semester that's gone, but you've not had the analysis of the semester then being gone. So we started the go zone, right? You have all these students, UNT, we see TWU, and yes, we stopped December, whatever that first date is, but then doesn't analysis continue after that to how many of those actually were students? Going back to, why are we paying these bus guys so much? Because who the hell wants to sign up for a 2-month job? And so, you know, I think the elephant in the room for NTMC was, yeah, everybody's going through the same issue. Yes, nationally, much of that, but not the issue that we're going through, where we're telling them, you know, unless something changes come December, everybody's off the workload. So you know, nothing is in a vacuum. You have to look at all the variables of how this goes. I was never personally convinced that we would just do one or the other. I always felt like we needed to do the go zone and that there would be a reason for fixed route. And now I'm just not thinking that we're still getting that right calculation of buses, because they're not getting there on time. And the frequency, the on-time performance is lacking because we have lacking of drivers. So to me, it's not an accurate, it's just not accurate data.
And that, I'm glad you said that, because that does remind me, that's exactly another reason why I think that we were done in December. Because back then, we didn't have 2 months of drivers. We had just driver shortages, period. We were having issues there. These routes were under 10. There were a ton of metrics that we had in July that said these routes were not performing and GoZone would do a better job. And we wanted to give the 90 days to former Chair Watts's point. Absolutely, he wanted to give the 90 days because he wanted to make sure that it got through the semester, we could have a clean break, and that we would be able to give people enough time to get the information. That's what I recall from that meeting. And again, we can go look at it.
And the data is just to give points of reference.
Now, I'm okay if you come to me and you say, and I think this is a great conversation. I'm okay if you come back to me and you say, okay, Route 4 has this pocket and it's going to drive this much traffic to Via, or we can put a fixed route or a circulator here and we can save money, or we can break even by doing that. I'm okay with that. I think that's where we're supposed to be going with this. What I'm worried about is that we're going to spend a lot of money running around in circles with bad data, with no drivers, with, you know, I mean, we can play this no driver game that we don't have good data because we have no drivers. We could be playing that for the next 2 years. I mean, the massive amounts of retirements in the driver CDL space, we could be playing that forever. So, I mean, there comes a point, you know, it is what it is. I mean, I see non-experts talking about how DCTA hasn't, you know, DCTA just doesn't know how to get the routes right. Like, we have professional route planners. We spent all kinds of money getting these routes together. So I kind of take some umbrage, and I hope staff understands this. I have a lot of support for staff and what they do here. This agency tries to get routes that actually get ridership. Historically, they don't. Nobody's sitting in here intentionally saying, we want to build a route that only gets 8 riders per hour.
I have no desire to deliver unproductive service.
So I take some umbrage when I hear from the public that, you know, DCTA is just a bunch of people sitting in a room. They don't know what's actually out on the streets. They do. This agency does, and it has for 17 years. So I, you know, we'll have this conversation. It sounds like in the first week of December, but I firmly believe this board made the decision that the routes other than 3 and 7 are done in December. And we can come back and revisit once we have good data about what we backfilled.
That is what the budget reflects.
And it's absolutely what the budget reflects.
Correct. And my recall, and I'll go back and ensure that my recall is correct. I have no reason to debate if that's how you feel, or that's your interpretation, not how you feel. I do recall that it would take action to extend it. So we agreed 2 weeks wasn't enough. We would run all routes for 90 days. We would look at that data and then determine whether it informed a different decision. I think even anecdotally, folks said, I don't know that we'll learn more in 6 months than we'll learn in 3 months. This deeper dive, which we've never had before, at least shows you some of the granularity, so a decision could be made if the board desires to do so, to extend service longer for different fixed routes. So there is a sentiment difference about wanting to keep fixed route longer. That's a board decision. I have no desire for the board to get involved in route planning. The data was shown. If the board were to desire to have staff follow up with the ATU because we're canceling all these other routes, that's fine. I think it important to inform the board that in doing so, you could actually affect VIA in certain hours of the day. And I'm still planning on having that conversation with VIA just to make sure that we've done everything we can for the board's decision-making, that we can recommend alternatives. And if the decision from this board is still to eliminate fixed route, I think we've met the intent with, even with the ATU, that no decisions have been made about, a final decision has not been made. That's why we're not able to tell them how many employees are going to be affected. So we could easily send them a letter and say, effective December 7th, these fixed routes are ending, and negotiate our way back from there. But there's different sentiment on the board, and it's not for staff to try to figure out the desire of the board.
So there is a 15-day notice deadline, correct? So am I correctly interpreting
Yeah,
that?
we've got some obligations, or and C has an obligation of the collective bargaining agreement, the labor attorney, make sure that those obligations are
So on,
notice requirements.
so the deadline then would be November 22nd to alert the union regarding whether fixed routes are going to continue past December 7th. Is that correct?
The ATU, and I'm not an attorney, because I'm just asking Joe. The ATU under the federal law requires a 60-day notice.
We've already taken care of it. That's already been taken care of. 60-day notice has already been handled. There's some other obligations under the collective bargaining agreement. And the challenge, and we've had these discussions, is we still don't know exactly. If we go off of the decision that was made back in July regarding these routes, but we haven't. We know that those routes are going to end, but there's been, again, discussions that may not be the way that we're going. There may be some modifications. So it makes it difficult to communicate exactly what is going to be the end effect on employees.
And Chairman Watts is
Excuse me.
engaged with Joe when we draft.
We're having a really hard time hearing the boardroom.
Okay. I think all our mics are on. It's my recollection that he knew the communication that was going back to the ATU. But Chairman Watts. Okay, I thought maybe he had a conversation with you. My apologies.
Okay, so let me, I think I'm
Here's what
hearing.
we need to do. We just need to
Yeah,
figure out
it's
what
just-
it
okay.
is. that we're
So,
gonna
so
do.
let me kind of give you a summary of what I'm hearing from all the board members. What I'm hearing is, and I'll be clear for everyone, we're not going to get into route planning. Nobody wants to get into route planning. We're leaving that to you guys, and you guys tell us where the route should be. You're the experts. We've made a decision to continue 3 and 7 through March. Everything else ends on December 7th. We will meet on December 2nd. If there is compelling data, our data that says that different routes should be kept open or for a different time, present that data to us with your technical recommendation saying these routes should stay, they exceed our thresholds, and it should be for these times. Give us those recommendations, and the board will take that put it as an action item, and we can make a decision whether we should extend that, provided the financials. So if this is gonna cost us X, say, this is what it costs us, it's coming with a companion item to amend the budget. So we can then make that consideration.
Cesar, can I add one bit to that? This is what it costs. This is the impact to VIA if you get rid of it. Because that's a cost as well. And that would help me better rationalize keeping something.
Yeah, it's in goes up. If it hurts, that helps also, yeah. If it helps, if it hurts.
I mean, the
goes
whole point,
up.
the whole point,
The
to
whole
keep
point
one
is
would be to,
Well,
holistic.
as
You
an
have to be
example, when we
holistic.
started this, not this item, the item prior, we're already running 42 vehicles. The contract calls for 30. So if we want the contractor to stay whole financially and want to continue to do business, we have that number of vehicles because of what we're already running. So
yeah.
if we're not careful, to your point, is we'll have VIA come back and say, well, we need to add another, just example, we need to add another 15 vehicles, and it's going to cost you another 50% more than what you're operating.
Well, then at the end of the day, we have to, I mean, we're the board, we have to make a decision, say that we have this much money, and this is how we can spend it. That's, I mean, it's.
And I will ask our staff and Accenture to work as hard as they can to try to get all that information available for the December board meeting.
So I want to ask just a couple, I want to ask a couple questions, because Director McGuire said something about automatic data collection. Is there such a thing? I don't know.
Yes, there is. There's
Okay.
several different types of automatic data collection. The problem is it costs a lot of money to put those in. If we're not going to keep fixed routes, why are we putting it into?
Yes.
It's a chicken and egg thing, and that's where we're as staff, we're really struggling with all of these decisions. NTMC is struggling. They're working very hard to fill the positions. They're struggling to do that. We can buy new buses. We can buy buses with cameras or automatic passenger counters. Some of them have cameras that do automatic passenger counting. We meet all the national standards for rider data collection. We can hire a third-party firm. I could tell you, most of the transit agencies that do that will tell you that it's not any more accurate than having your own people do it. Automatic passenger counters have been a viable method of counting data for about 15 years, but the NTD, the federal government would not qualify automatic passenger counters until they had human verification that they were within 10% accuracy of so there's a lot to be said about how accurate the data needs to be. And yes, is it a challenge to have operators that they're operating, their jobs are at stake, and they're counting passengers? But you have to go out. I mean, it's not going to be something that we can automate in a couple of months, and then we would have to put it on all of our vehicles. And what does that look like? Why would we do that if we're going to cut service? So it's a very complex issue, very complex.
I should clarify that one of the reasons I suggested is because I'm not willing to consider large-scale fixed route cuts. I'm certainly willing to consider reconfiguration of the route, or perhaps small-scale cuts or reductions in service. But I'm not going to vote in favor of any type of large-scale.
Well, and you would actually have to vote. You'd have to have a motion to extend service and have it voted on currently. Okay, so I think our marching orders are clear. We will do our best to try to get that done in 60 days. Chris, let me ask if you feel like your team could help shape that decision.
Goodbye, everyone.
Oh, goodbye.
Have a great day, Sam.
So let me kick it back to you and your team as to our ability to get that decision shaped. Well, it's our team as well, so there's financials around that.
So my lack of certainty is really going to be confined to how much of November will be ready by December 2nd. Councilmember McGuire, my regarding the data reliability, typically with this manual data capture, you are most likely to understate ridership as opposed to overstate it, which is, I think, a consideration that the board should just keep in mind when it reviews the data. In terms of improving it, I absolutely agree that where the short-term improvement, process improvement opportunities lie is in the time, reducing the time that it takes to go from manual data sheet, manual tally sheets to Excel to visualization. We can compress that time through automation, through macros, through different programming language, and we started working on that. But otherwise, to improve the reliability at the source requires an investment in different technologies, right?
That it's not a short-term.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, I like to make a suggestion. What about just doing a randomized sampling of people doing ride-alongs and doing an independent head count? Take 5% or
It's still gonna
10%.
take, it's gonna take some staff to go make that happen.
Sure, understand, but it's not an investment in technology. I totally
Right.
agree with you that that's not feasible, but heck,
Well-
I'll go ride around it for a day and count heads and compare that to what the drivers, and that at least gives you some independent comparison, say, yeah, we're within 2% or we're 20% off. All right.
If that's to gain confidence in the accuracy of the data, sure. I think what we are right now is even assuming the accuracy of the data that we have, what information can we give in the time frame that we have to make an informed board decision that would require an affirmative action?
Right.
In service. So I think we can take this offline, Chris. I just want to make sure that we could provide the recommendations back. And look, the caveat may be that we're only going to look at 2 months of data because that's what we have available.
Well, I'm confident that we can get November. Am I confident that we're going to be able to have, we may be missing 3 days, 5 days of November data. It just is, we will do everything possible to make sure that we get everything captured for December 2nd, but that would be the
Chris, yeah, that's
indulgence
fine.
that I asked for.
Just tell us, look, this is through November 14th or whatever it is. And that's fine. We do the best we can with the time we have. And we understand that. But it needs to be a data driven. We need to make sure this is data driven. We want to move away from a gut feel.
To Chris's point, I just wanted to mention, currently our ridership information that we receive from NTMC is about 2 weeks behind. So by December 2nd, it will likely be more than just a few days of information from November that we don't have. It'll likely be a couple of weeks, especially with the Thanksgiving holiday in there as well. So we're very opposite of real time on that side. So.
The good news is it's in a peak time frame, so it'll show the peak demand from the universities as its current state, right? So it should give us a good idea of what that looks like.
Do you have something?
Sure, Mr. Chairman.
We can't hear whoever's speaking right now.
Can't hear speaking.
Correct.
How about now?
Yes.
Much better.
Okay. So I also want to say that I agree with the chairman's summary of what we need to do for December 2nd, but I also would say that I agree with Mayor Gilmore's assessment of the July meeting that the intent of the 90 days was to allow a transition from agreement with the
Keisha, I'm sorry to interrupt if I'm interrupting, but we're not hearing anything that's being said right now, but I can tell based on how the members on the screen are looking that someone is speaking. If there's any way we can move a microphone, thank you.
How about now?
Much
I
better.
always seem to get the one that doesn't work. Or my voice goes above it. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I mean, you guys heard that. So I'm really just kind of cleaning it up that, I agreed with what Mayor Gilmore said about the evaluation of the 90 days versus the 6 month on routes 3 and 7. I think the 90 days was well data driven. I think we were provided the data for routes 3 for the rest of the routes that are going to end on December the 6th. But I'm also think this board has the knowledge ability to reevaluate that on December 2nd. If staff brings us, hey, we want to add another 90 days to Route 4. I'm just using Route 4 as an example. Please know that. If we want to add another 90 days to Route 4, and guess what? We're going to change the route a little bit to encompass some of 3, some of 2, whatever that may be. Then that's what we evaluate. I think that's what you want to bring us. And I think, Chairman, that's what you summarized in a way earlier. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Thank you. I forgot. Any other discussion? I think we kind of beat it to death.
I do have one quick question. Joe, does this mean you have to send a 15-day letter?
14 days, sorry.
Sorry, that's okay.
So I do not send the letter. That is an NTMC function. So what would happen is a letter goes out in the event there are going to be drivers displaced as a result of reduction. So that's a discussion with myself, the labor attorney, we're having with NTMC to see even if there would be any displacement of drivers if all the routes ended on December.
So based on the timeline we have today, and understanding that we won't be making a decision until December, assuming that there's a driver, send out a letter 2 weeks before December 2nd.
NTMC will send that letter. Yeah, 14 days prior to. So letter will go out. Yeah, letter will go out 14 calendar days prior to that. So
I didn't know if it was either NTMC sends that letter
to the collective bargaining agreement, not DCTA.
or they wait and then that 15 days. So technically we're paying people.
It's basically, the letter goes out, if someone does not have a position that they can come back to on December 8th or 7th, with the next day of work. They're out of a job,
We pay. Okay. I want to know what.
we don't necessarily pay them, but
But if that happened on the 2nd, it would still be almost like you had to pay them for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
After.
Yeah, you have to pay. So on the 2nd, let's say we said no, the letter from NTMC would go out, let's say the morning of the 3rd, and then that clock would start ticking for 15 days from the 3rd. So is that
no,
my understanding?
if the position ends, when would the right?
The position, the way I think I'm interpreting it is, if that letter didn't go out 14 days before, and we waited until a decision was made on the 2nd, what would be the effect on the employee? Would they continue to get paid until those 14 days?
Or violation of collective bargaining.
Violation of collective bargaining.
And then what does that create?
Penalty.
So we want to
We
know.
are, but NTMC.
So NTMC needs to send a letter,
Yeah,
or we're going to get a penalty.
that's really not the issue. I want to get in. We want to get into an open session because it is an NTMC concern.
Understood.
Obviously, we will suffer the financial consequences of that.
Thank you.
Yep.
I think that concludes, there's no other discussion. Let's conclude this item number 7. Let's move on to item number 8. Review and discuss project management office activities related to task order number 2 with Accenture. Chris Newport.
Apologies, you are not done with me yet.
Never, Chris. You're here for the long haul.
If we could go to the next slide, I'll be brief, y'all. This is the same information that was presented in your board packet. So as we just got discussing, a great deal of our effort over the last month has been focused on the fixed route network and ridership analysis. Beyond that, we have made very good progress on the ERP alternative sourcing work stream with Marissa, Amber, Athena, Javier, and everyone. Yesterday, we had a good discussion. We've pulled together a set of differentiating scenarios, really that would be a script for different ERP and contract management, procurement management application providers to be able to structure a demo for the staff to review and evaluate as alternatives. That activity follows. We've completed the market scan and provided a set of recommendations to the team on our view of which subset of all the options that are out there would potentially be best fit for the staff. So I think that ball is advancing well, and obviously Marissa can countermand or refine anything that I just said there. But with respect to the IT project manager role, we refined the role description as well as provided recommendations for initial activities for whoever ultimately is placed into that role. We've walked through the performance measurement and management already. I won't speak to that again. The final two things that I'll highlight is we are working with DART to get a session set for the DCTA team to visit with them around what type of functionality would be desired in the GoPass app as DART plans for its integration, its separate integration with the Trinity Metro via service. So they would like to understand DCTA's desires for GoPass app functionality, so that to the extent they can plan for both, to minimize rework on the back end. And then we will be reconvening the discussion with Trinity Metro that is entirely around discussing the feasibility of an interlocal agreement for Trinity Metro to provide bus operations and maintenance services. And that meeting will occur next week. Next slide. Yeah, so that was it. Happy to answer questions if there are any.
Thank you. Any questions from the board?
Appreciate the progress. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Chris.
Good to see you.
All right, let's move on to item number 9. This is discuss local and regional transportation updates and legislative issues. This falls to myself, Diana Costas, Raymond Suarez. I don't have anything other than we already discussed.
But just want to briefly go over our RTC meeting last. I'm gonna have to sit next to one.
Board Member Costa, would you make sure your speaker's on? We can't hear you.
I did, but I think
You
our
just
chair
turned it off.
turned it off. But-
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, you guys.
But I'm back. Here we go.
Thank you.
Categorically deny that.
Just report from our RTC meeting on October 14th. Transportation Improvement Program was discussed. It speaks to the van pool program, DCTA, DART, and Trinity Metro are all working together with COG to modify the subsidies of all 3 agency van pool programs to align costs across the region. Transportation report, there was a request from the city of Mansfield to assist with commute rail service. There was a letter from Trinity Metro to the COG in response to discussion with Michael Morris over implementation of the Lancaster Avenue Corridor Bus Rapid Transit. And then there was transportation options in and around Fort Worth, including the zip zone service provided by VIA. And Arlington VIA service proposed changes relating to fares. Then we discussed the Trinity Railway Express Shuttle funding for continued operations. DART, Trinity Metro, and the COG work to ensure the continuation of the service, but budget restraints and pandemic ridership impacts have led the partners to seek more funding from the COG. Transit Strategic Partnerships Initiative of approximately $130 million in funding the region receives from the Federal Transit Administration each year. COG sets aside 2% of the transit projects that promote mobility for our 2045 goals. And then under Dallas-Fort Worth Regional East-West Funding Distribution, so this item provided information regarding the funding distribution between eastern and western subregions within Dallas and Fort Worth. In the Arlington UZA does not affect DCTA since we have our own UZA. And because of the 2020 census, data may result in combination of the UZAs, but we'll just have to wait until those reports come forward and see what we decide to do with that. So that's all my reports, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Our Costas. Raymond, do you have anything?
Well, again, just want to offer my thanks for the service of our newly appointed board member and our alternate, Pat Smith. Also, we've received reappointments for Sam Burke, so glad to hear that, and Diane Costa as representative from Highland Village. Since we're not having a board meeting in November, I'm making these announcements now. Paul Stevens, the city manager, will be Diane's alternate, so we'll welcome him to the December board meeting. And also, Tom Winterburn and Mark Miller have been reappointed by their city, so congratulations and thank you for your service moving forward. That's all I have.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay, that
Hi,
moves us
excuse
to
me.
item-
Sorry, I have an item that I wanted to bring up during the local and regional updates. I had spoken with Raymond, and DCTA is being awarded a prize from the Ad Wheel Awards at the American Public Transit Association meeting in 2 weeks. I will be attending on behalf of DCTA, and we wanted to extend the invitation if one of our board members wanted to join us. I plan on making a quick trip going in on Monday, November 8th and returning on the 9th. But we would love to have a board member attend this function and accept the award on behalf of DCTA. So if you are interested.
This is actually a grand award for the tremendous work that our marketing team does every year. And so they typically request that a board member represent the agency. I'm paying back because we have a lot of work to do between now and then. Not that Pamela doesn't, but I think it would be in poor spirit if we didn't send somebody over there to accept a grand prize award. So I want to make that announcement.
Yeah, so if you just want to coordinate with Keisha, we'll be happy to make those travel arrangements on your behalf. Thank you.
Director Gilmore?
Just a couple of small things. One, I wanted to really thank staff. I know the outreach has been outstanding throughout the community to get GoZone up off the ground. Feedback on getting this outstanding. So thank you for that. I know it's a lot of time and effort. Number two is on the 20th of November, we will be having the public welcoming of Castle Hills into the arms of Louisville. There is a private event on the 15th from the Bright family, but the one for the public is the 20th. I believe that'll be the one where DCTA staff will be in attendance at the beginning of the meeting. I think it's noon to 2, but you can get more details from. Very excited. I think DCTA is a great linkage to that part of the city. Help them learn about and become integrated into our fair city.
Good. Great. Congratulations. Anything else from any other director?
Yes, December 4th, next week, is the new grand opening at 1:30 p.m. at the new county administrative courthouse. That is starts at 1:30 Thursday, the 4th
of November.
Yes,
November. Okay.
next week. Week. So y'all please welcome. It'll be a nice ribbon cutting and grand opening and whatnot that goes with that. So yeah, And that is 1 Courthouse Drive is the address. That's right.
You know, it's where Google takes you when you go up there. Just saying. Anything else, anybody else? If not, in your packets are your informational reports for you to read. Any future items? Right now, our next board meeting is on December 2nd, 2021, same time. Any other reports on community interests? Which I think we kind of covered that. So if not, then I'll entertain the motion to adjourn the meeting.
So moved.
Got a motion? All in favor? Aye, exclamation. We are adjourned. Thank you.